to you if you're here with us in Llandudno, the same. Before we move on, I'm going to turn to Lowry, our translator. Just to check that everything's working, and if she would like to give us any instructions to assist with translation in the room. Thank you, Lowry. Thank you very much, Lowry. Everybody okay? Everything working fine? Yeah. Everybody happy in terms of that, in terms of the translation? Wonderful. Few things before we move on. The first thing is the fact that there is no fire alarm planned for today. If it does go off, then just follow the signs that are clearly noted here for the exits, and the muster point is outside on the promenade. We're very glad of being able to welcome some people to us here this morning. Jane Moore is here to do the duties in terms of public health. So warm welcome to you, to us, Jane. And we also have colleagues from Llais, and Jeff will contribute to one of the items. Warm welcome to you. And there are a few other people hopefully going to join us as we go along. And I see colleagues from Audit Wales are also here. Warm welcome to us. We do have a full agenda as usual, and we have some apologies. Jason is here with us. Welcome, George. And there we are. Apologies. Are there any other apologies? I'm sorry, it froze there for me. No other apologies. Thank you. The next item then on the agenda is declarations of interest. Does anybody have any interest that they wish to declare? No. And as I remind all, if you do remember, you know that there is a matter that you need to declare when we discussing something. Do draw that to our attention at that point. On now then to item number 9.36 or 1.3, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. Could we have those confirmed as correct? Everybody happy? Thank you very much. On therefore to points. Anything, Phil, on the action log?
Not all the action, but anything in particular you want to highlight, please.
Gareth?
Sorry, I just got a couple of points of matters arising, if I may. They're not points of accuracy. So one was on 255.2, sorry, which is about public health. And there's a reference there to the importance of diabetes in the current year. And I just wanted to underline how important I think that is, because I was recently at the regular meeting of vice chairs of health boards, which I started to attend, and there was a very interesting briefing by Public Health Wales about the work they're undertaking, which obviously we're plugged into on diabetes strategy. But I was a bit disappointed to see that, according to their figures, we have the lowest level of implementation of what they call the 8 care processes, which are, I think, primary care, basically, and obviously are important in preventing people getting into hospital. I mean, it was not that low. I think it was around 50% that we were doing, people were getting those 8 care processes, but there's obviously scope to do better. So I hope that we keep the focus on that. I'm sure we will, but just to highlight I think the other figure that really struck me, and I, as an ex-researcher, I did query it, was that 10% of secondary care costs relate to diabetes care. And when I asked, was that care related to diabetes or care of patients who had diabetes. It said it was definitely care related to diabetes rather than so presentations to do with diabetes rather than just people who had diabetes were being treated for other things. So, and the second point, and it may be this comes up under the finance report, Russ. I was just interested in 256.4. We talked about savings, progress on identifying savings for next year, which of course is approaching very rapidly. So I just wondered whether we could perhaps have a brief update on that. I'm quite happy to do that under the finance report, if that makes sense.
Great, thank you very much, and I'll ask Chris to bear that in mind. Rhian, you've got it.
Yeah, just support what
Yes.
Gary said about diabetes. That's very much of considerable interest to QSE committee. But the other one that leapt out at me a little bit was advanced practitioner utilisation will be transferred to QSE. Happy, but that came out of the blue a little bit, and I think it might be quite useful sometime to clarify the scope of that. What practitioners are we actually talking about and where? So I just wanted to note that, yes, fine, but what exactly is it?
Rhian.
Very much, Rhea, and hopefully somebody will be able to prepare a note to send to you as chair of the committee for that. On that, yeah.
Anything else on the action log that you want to highlight, Phil?
Diolch, Chair. Just that we've received an update from the owners of the actions for all of the actions that are on there. Some of them will be closed when the next PFIC committee, the Performance Finance and Information Governance Committee, sits. They're reliant on that, so they're still outstanding. But satisfactory progress. 271.2 related to terms of reference is still outstanding. It's on the agenda under corporate governance, and we'll be able to close it after the meeting at the next floor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Anything else on that item? If not, then are we happy to approve that item? Thank you very much. Moving on, therefore, to item number 1.5 and patient story. And I'm going to turn now to Nick, I believe, to introduce this item. Over to you, Nick, please.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may, I suggest we listen to the patient story, which is a very powerful one, as those who've read the paper in advance will already have predicted. And then, if I may, Chair, perhaps summarise some of the key actions we've already taken as after we've heard that story.
I
think there's a video to watch now. Arrange now that the technology is working on the screen for us. And there'll be an opportunity in a moment for us to listen, but and then hear what the action is following that. There's an opportunity for us to listen to this and then hear what the action is following on from that. We can, there's an opportunity for us to listen and then hear what the action is following that.
And I was doing some paperwork, and when I got up off the desk, my left leg was completely dead. December of 2000, so I fell to the ground and I just advised work. I was like, what's not happening? And put myself up and doing some paperwork there. And when I got up off the desk, on both legs, my left was completely dead. December of 2000, so I fell to the ground and I just advised work. I said to me, it's not happening. And I left the bus stop because I'm not going to get paperwork there. And when I got up off the desk, on the box, my left leg was completely dead. December of 2000, so I fell to the ground and basically work. I said to my mate, not walking out in your afternoons, and she like leave yourself off stop because I'm not going to sat there. And when I got up off the desk from the bottom stop, I sat completely dead. December of 2000,
Ni gwerthfawrogi bod bob amser her I gael peth yma I weithio'n iawn, ond nawn ni roi chydig bach o amser.
Appreciate it. There's a challenge always to get these things to work properly, and we'll give it a few more minutes for the team to try and sort that out. Appreciate
Bob amser her. Yn y cyfamser, gai...
In the meantime, could I suggest now that I'm going to turn to Nick now to
Nechiad. But Nick, I wonder, whilst we're grappling with the technology, we can just get a line of what is the case, what was the patient experienced, how did we respond as a health board, and how can we take some assurance that there is progress in this, so that, and then whilst we're doing all that, hopefully our colleagues will be able to see if we can get the technology working, and it is working now, I believe. So whilst we had that, we'll try again. Diolch yn iawn. Cynnig arall ni.
December of 2019, I was at work. I was a prison officer, and I was doing some paperwork. And when I got up off the desk, my left leg was completely dead. So I fell to the ground and basically was like, what on earth is happening here to me? I put myself up on the radiator on the desk and sat there, and I had pins and needles on both legs when I sat there. But that was it. It sort of disappeared again. So I said to my mate, I said, can you give me a lift home? And she said, I can give you a lift to the bus stop because I'm not going past your house. And I went, yeah, that's fine. So from the bus stop to my house is a 5-minute walk. It took me 3/4 of an hour to walk that walk. And I leaned on railings the whole way down. And where I lived is a lower part, so I had to go down these spiral steps. And as I went down the steps, it was agonising pain. And the next thing I could feel a sensation on my left leg. I couldn't explain it, but when I looked down, I wet myself. Monday I still wasn't feeling great. Phoned the doctor. They said I can give you an appointment tomorrow, and I was like, I'm taking that. And walked up to the doctor, which took me nearly 2 hours, and that was basically again another 15-minute walk. And when I went in, I was so lucky to have a doctor that had worked with spinal care, and she said, have you ever heard of quadricranial? I was like, no. She says, I think you've got symptoms, I probably have to do a few more tests. So she did all these tests, and next thing she was on the phone to neurology in the Miller. Once I came up here, they did all these tests, set me for an MRI, and I was blue lighted to the Walton. And the next thing I knew, I was getting into theatre and had to have decompression on my spine. My nurse came in and she started explaining what it was, and I was like, and the first thing she said to me was, thing about quadricrania, and people don't understand, it's a spinal cord injury. And your nerves are damaged. The following year, end of March, start of April, I was in the garden with my granddaughter and my daughter, and I reached over a table like this. And basically I felt an elastic band had pumped up my right leg, and I completely wet myself. And when I went to the hospital, every time I said quadricranial, they were going, yeah, we have to get your COVID test. So I sat in a wheelchair for 11 hours in A&E. And they were going, this doctor came and they went, we'll get you an MRI. And I was like, right, belated to the Walton again. It's like waking up the next morning and I couldn't feel anything in my groin area at all. When I said to the surgeon in the Walton when he phoned me, I said, but He gave me 2 operations anyway. But you have to realise the operation won't cure you. What they do is just stop it from getting any worse. And I think that was the most real thing I heard from any doctor in my life. And I was just like sitting there going, so there's no cure for this. This is my life now. While I was in the Walton, I was supposed to be going to rehabilitation. So I sat for 16 days in the Walton. And eventually they couldn't get me into rehabilitation anywhere in Wales. And they sent me home. Anything of support, I've actually had to go out and find it myself. Because none was offered apart from rehabilitation. And because Wales wouldn't give it to me, because I got treated in Walton. But then I went to the doctors and I said about, you know, needing a wheelchair, I need this, I need that. And they basically said, oh, you have to come in and see us because we don't know if you need one or not. So eventually, after so many months, I think it was 18 months before they actually gave me a wheelchair. And the wheelchair they give you is not the one you need for the collar cleaner. I found websites and people I could talk to, you know, Facebook things for support as well. Moving forward, they helped me more than anybody else. My daily day is basically pain. Constant pain. Then if it's not bad, is you've got a UTI. It's like today, I've got, you know, my catheter on, but I've also got a nappy on, just in case. I'm 54 now, and I'm thinking, God, I used to think about, you know, people smelling the urine, and now I'm one of those people. When I got out of the hospital, I had people coming round, but I lived in a house at the stage, so I was either living upstairs or I was living downstairs. Until recently, you know, I now live in a disabled bungalow. I lost my job because I was a prison officer, so I can't do that job. So at 50 odd years, you know, you look at yourself and think, what the hell can I do now? But then because you're in so much pain, you don't want to do anything. But then that's where your mental health goes. When you explain to somebody that you're grieving for the health of you, they don't understand what you mean.
Yeah. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you very much for sharing that story and an opportunity for us to learn, hopefully, and understand that experience that person, that particular person has gone through and is living with still. Over to you, Nick.
Give us a summary of how we have responded as a health board to that particular case, maybe.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm glad we could hear that from the patient, because the power of the story and the devastating impact, I don't think I could possibly have conveyed that by trying to summarise the issues. It's a very difficult area, and also it shouldn't rely on a patient feeling lucky that their doctor had experience. That patient's experience was devastating and the impact on her was huge, but it would have even been even more devastating had we not recognised it the first time the GP made that contact. So what have we done and what is happening? It's a rare condition. We perhaps see 25 cases each year across our health board. Each GP will have perhaps 2 or 3 patients in their career, but many patients present directly to an emergency department. So each GP will probably have 1 case that they actually diagnose themselves. So incredibly difficult to ensure that we are assured that the standards are consistent and everybody is in the right place to be able to recognise this as an early stage. But we need to do our very best and to be assured that we are doing what is possible. Thanks in great parts to Angela. Our links now across into Northwest England with the Walton are a lot stronger, both in terms of our communication, our receiving data and feedback, but also, as we heard there, about the discharge into rehabilitation, which is available in North Wales. That was a communication issue, and whilst there are areas in that rehab we would want to improve, it was a tragedy for that patient that there were so many delays in getting that important rehabilitation. So thanks to Angela for leading that. And also Yvonne Rimmer, who was brought this story, and one of our spinal physiotherapists who has provided very strong leadership in this area. She now comes to the National Spinal Network, which I happen to chair, and to ensure that Betsy Cadwaladr, although our patients aren't treated in the South Wales neurosurgical networks in Swansea Bay and Cardiff and Vale, that we have clear reporting of access, quality, patient experience across the whole of Wales, because previously much of that has been a little bit difficult for us to see because of the links between North Wales and England. Education, though, is key, and we saw that here. The paper refers to a good educational event that took place in the East, and dates are now in place for the Centre and the West. My worry, though, Chair, is although there were 88 people, I think, at that event in the East, that is but a very small fraction of individuals who might come into contact with these people who are suffering from this terrible condition. So it's how all the alerts in the world, but how can we really bring it to people's forefront when it happens so rarely? And I think then there are some proposals and a demonstration of how we are working across Wales to ensure consistency of access and that our patients aren't disadvantaged in terms of ensuring, for instance, that there's rapid access to spinal physios at time of diagnosis. There's an equitable access to MRIs, which are key, MRI scanners, which are key to early diagnosis. So very happy to take any questions, Chair. A lot of work happening, but still one of those areas that I personally worry about because of the condition's rarity.
Nick, that's very useful for us. Felly, unrhyw gwestiynau?
So any questions, any comments?
Anything? Just trying to see Mike first. Mike, your contribution, please.
Joel, Chair, it's not a question, it's an observation, really. I agree with Nick. I think these stories are very powerful teachers. There's a lot to learn from them. And you've outlined the problem is there are a lot of very rare conditions that our healthcare and medical students won't see during their training, but have to be prepared for when they do happen. And that's actually quite difficult. So one suggestion is perhaps as the board and university are working together on the medical school development and healthcare programs, that perhaps we ask your permission to make this sort of patient story available to our healthcare students, because I think it would. The problem of the learning they would do about this condition is they would not see a patient with it. So it might just drive home that they're ready when they do see these unusual symptoms and they're ready for it. So I think that might be a good collaboration, not just for the medical students, but for the nursing and other healthcare students. So just a suggestion.
And on that, perhaps we can give some thought to not just this story we've had in this board meeting, but all the stories we get. How can we maybe create a library of this and wider patient experience as well that we can share with others in the health system, as it were? If we can give some thought to that and how we can use it in a really positive way, particularly as Nick has said and Mike, the cases that are quite rare. When we've got some knowledge about that, I think we have a duty actually to share that. So if I can ask, we give some thought to that and maybe report back on the action on that. That would be really useful. Nessa.
Just one comment on sharing. It's always worth going back and checking consent because they may have agreed for this one.
Yes, absolutely.
But my comment really was around, no one would be able to navigate the system until they need to. So that knowledge about who to ring, how to speak, what kind of questions to ask. Obviously, you don't have that, do you? I just wanted to ask about the information that's given to patients. So obviously we've got Llais here today, but there's also community navigators, you know, in every county. And do we have that information when we meet with patients? Do they get that information about how they can get help with navigation?
And navigating the system is complicated.
Very, very, very complicated.
And those people who are weak and vulnerable, it's extra pressure. Yeah. Dylan, can you rwbeth I ychwanegu ar hwn?
Glenn, do you have anything to add? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point really in this day and age. There are electronic solutions, clinical decision support tools, which support primary care in particular, with things like, not to say that they would point to many of these rare conditions. No. But I'm just making that point again. In the 21st century, electronic healthcare record systems with clinical decision support tools are a support for clinicians to point them in the right direction, not to make the decision. So I just wanted to make that point that we need to be thinking about that.
And something we need to raise awareness of. Yeah. Diolch. Mike nesa wedyn Dyfed.
Mike, then Dyfed, and then Paul.
I think I'm sure it's been done with thanking that lady for what was a very frank, honest, and sometimes distressing account of her experience. I think Dylan maybe has alluded to what I was going to ask, but I was going to ask when we're inputting data, patients' data, when they present at A&E or whatever, hopefully, you know, data and algorithms, etc., will flag up or red flag some of these rare conditions that, to be fair to the doctors, they've never heard them or never been presented with such a case. Because we can't expect any doctor to know everything about every ailment, you know. So it's I don't know. I'm sure with the development of data and algorithms and what it will actually eventually flag up these conditions. Could I ask just a question? At what stage within the process of somebody presenting an A&E are we likely to pick up some of these more rare conditions, you know, from triage or in my ignorance?
Good question, and we hold that for a minute. We bring others in. Nessa, dwi'n meddwl oedd.
Next, I think, was David. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pick up on a point that are made. The support for these people aren't only just going through a medical situation, but obviously, as the story has shown us, going through a mental and emotional experience. And I think supporting people through that is something that we need to learn from cases like this one, but we need to do it better and admit that we need to do better in supporting when these cases come along. I think that's an important point, isn't it? Not just the treatment or the intervention, the indirect intervention, medical intervention, but the care in general as well around that's needed for patients as they go through the system. It can be difficult. You know, I think we all can identify people that possibly members of the family who've had similar experiences, and how challenging that can be. Vaughan, over to you. Yes, just following on from that, for me, the concern that I have is that she's gone on social media. That's not a healthy place to go and look for assistance. You know, that she's got so frustrated she had to turn to that. Communication is something that comes out in all of these cases. You know, that's to do with change of culture, in my view. So if we're going to change the culture, that you care and think, you know, where is that individual going to go when she goes home? Who's she going to get in touch with in order to get the care that she needs, you know, that they need? As local authorities, we quite often see that people get in touch with us and say, we can't get through to people, you know, I need assistance with showering, whatever. We put that in place. So the effect is far-reaching. That stone is in the pond already, and the ripples move out. And it concerns me that she'd had to go on to social media to look for assistance, and it's not often the healthiest place to be. Important point there, and the people who are in a difficult situation, trying to, as you say, Lord, the danger is that you might go somewhere where it's not going to be the greatest assistance. And that word communication, we'll come back to that with another report. That I'm sure. We'll bring Carol in now and Nick to respond to comments. Anybody else? Gareth, and then Gareth. Gareth and Gareth. We'll turn to Gareth first, and then this Gareth.
Just an observation, really, from listening and reading the information we've got in front of us. Really, and it's I suppose it's a reminder to us as a health board how important our focus on creating and working to these standards, these clinical standards and guidelines is. It's clearly something we have got to focus on. But this sort of example is sort of underlines how important they are in respect of making better and more informed clinical decisions, and doing that in a timely way that ensures good access for patients. It's also a way in which we can better understand how well we are performing. So where are we against the standards, and where are we against the evidence base, and how well do we match up with that? And those are key elements, I think, of where we're trying to go in terms of our standardisation, really, of care in North Wales. So they're vital elements, I think. These clinical pathways. The other observation is in this particular example is how this spans both our commissioner and our provider status, and I think that's an important point to note, because there's a very obvious gateway, I guess, between that sort of pathway. We do send a lot of patients over the border into specialist services, and they do come back, and clearly the more we can bring back into North Wales, the better. But there is a gateway there in which care can go awry for a variety of reasons. So again, these clinical pathways really need to drive improvements in those commission and provider pathways. Thank you.
Gareth, good points there.
I was trying to unpack this a bit, because it's a very distressing story, and without in any way wanting to move away from that, I was trying to unpack what are the different elements, and some of them we can't do anything about because it's a very distressing condition, clearly, and we just there, but for the grace of God, we're just so lucky, and the poor lady has got these things, and we can't cure it. But then there are three other things. So one is that it's very rare, and I think, as Nick said, it was lucky in this case, but we do need to investigate all ways, and I want to come back to this later in the agenda about making sure that GPs, in particular our general practitioners, have access to tools that can help them. The third area is communications across the board, and communications between health and social care. We can and we should be improving that. But the last bit, which I think is the bit that perhaps I shouldn't say angers, because we have only got patients viewing this, but it comes back to a story we had a little while ago about not being listened to. So it was really the point where she said, well, I went to, and this was a woman had been there and had the operation before, and she said, I kept on saying cauldron cleaner, and they just weren't, and that really, if that is right, that is unacceptable. And that comes back to our old questions about culture, doesn't it?
Yes.
And actually being able to, even I know how it must be absolutely terrible in our emergency department some of the time, but even in those situations, people need to listen to the patient.
Good point. Nick, any response, and then I'll get Carol to wind up this.
As I respond to some of the specifics, in terms of the access to information, there is good information available bilingually, available to all healthcare professionals, and indeed to the wider care community. The trouble is, of course, helping everybody to remember that it's there and to have the confidence that when they look for it, they can find it, particularly when things are sometimes labelled with names like Cauda equina syndrome, which is obviously clear to all of us now, but perhaps wouldn't necessarily spring to mind if you're caring for somebody in the community with those symptoms. I think in terms of that, what stage would you recognise this in an ED and the use of decision making? Yeah. I think AI will be very interesting here. Yeah. The particular challenge with Cauda equina is it's an evolving symptoms. So hour by hour, the symptoms change, and we do of course put data in and then rely perhaps on the advice that it gives us then. Whereas in an hour's time, we wouldn't necessarily always think to actually consider again. But I think AI may be the answer there, and indeed there is some research going on at the moment to consider that. I think for me, I'm sure Carol wants to touch on this. It's the holistic care, the compassionate care. And it's, for me, it's not just that label that we're doing things holistically and compassionately, but we're actually doing it compassionately and really listening, as Gareth said, always taking time to stand back and to think. And that is something that, is absolutely at the top of our agenda, isn't it, as a health board, to change that culture and that approach for all of our staff, and also to try and work with our community to raise awareness. So many challenges, much happening, but yet I think it will always remain a challenge.
Yeah. Carol.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just pick up from Mike's comment. I think this is one of the most impactful stories that we've had, actually. Lady, much like us, going along her normal business, and suddenly a very life-changing illness comes along. So there's an awful lot in this, as colleagues have covered. The thing that struck me most is this issue about the person, listening to the person. Gareth, your comments are exactly right. People being experts in their own lives and knowing when things weren't right, having knowledge and something to offer in that clinical diagnosis and the care. So thinking much more for us about shared decision making and how people are enabled by healthcare professionals to be part of that. That's, I think, what we're sort of referring to when we talk about culture, but that's culture and system and practice as well. For me, seeing the person beyond the illness, because I heard a lady that was saying my life's been turned upside down. My employment has gone, my ability to do the day-to-day things are gone. What's our role, together with others, in supporting people to cope and manage and thrive as best they can in those life-changing circumstances? So it's beyond the clinical treatment, it's the support of the person. And then on a very practical level, Gareth referred to this, our commissioning and our planning of pathways, because we could have made this much easier for this lady, and we should have, and that's the standard we need to achieve. Now we're going to do a lot of work on commissioning and pathway management, because just because a person from North Wales is being cared for in west of England or wherever doesn't mean we leave them to it. And so our responsibility is much broader there. And then just finally, on the point of using these stories, I think they are so powerful that if possible, with all the right permissions, that we utilise these in many settings. Yeah. Angela's nodding, so that's good. To make sure that not just the 20 people in the room, but hundreds and thousands outside. So thank you.
Caroline, thank you very much. Yes, I think it's important also that we ensure that where patients are sent to hospitals outside North Wales, to England, and Liverpool especially, a number of different hospitals there. It's important that we have good links as a board with those hospitals so that they know how to get back to us, so that we're aware what the needs are of those patients, not just in terms of the health board, health service and better Cadwaladr, but social services as well. So It was interesting that there's a reference to Walton there in that example, but I think they would be useful for us to check, you know, are those links with the different teams in place and effectively. So thank you very much for that point. Yeah.
And thanks for the summary, Carol and Nick. And there's a couple of things I'm sure we may discuss later, but I guess everything that we've heard today and the stories and some of the other things we can consider is to do with an organisation's approach to the service it provides. And one of the things many organisations do is to run the organisation for the organisation's sake. We do that, don't we? Of course we do. But we don't exist for our own sake. We exist for the people we serve. And that's the change we need in Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Group. I think we may talk about that a little bit later, but it's that recognition that we're here to serve people. You know, we're not here to serve the organisation itself. That's really difficult to change, actually. It's the most difficult thing to change, especially the health board, especially when people are under huge pressure. But the other thing as well that I've picked up from this story and others is that everybody in the system should be valued. So it may be in a case that a receptionist may suddenly think, hang on a minute, this patient, there's something not quite right. That person's judgment should be valued. It's not all about a hierarchy. It's not all about because you've got certain letters after your name. It's about the judgment that some people make based on the relationship they've established with someone who's just come through the door and so on. It's really, really important, I think. So I think there's lots we can take out of this, and undoubtedly we'll say some of the things in a report that will come just a minute. But I think it's a huge resource, and so we'll be pleased to know how we can take that forward to spread the learning and some of those messages, so we can really try and grasp this culture change we require. Ag I orffen,
and to finish, Rhian.
Just somewhere in the papers, and I can't remember where, there was just that, wasn't it? Somebody in the doctor's surgery in Ruthin had identified a birthmark which could have been malignant, and in fact it was. So that's exactly what happened there. It just struck me.
Yeah, no, good point.
Thank you very much, and thank you for preparing that report, and thank you, Angela, and the team, and everybody who's been involved with that, and thank you for choosing that story. In fact, it's been harrowing, but you know, it's been really valuable and useful for us, and we want to see now how that learning develops. Certainly, we will have an update, hopefully, at a future meeting. On now, therefore, to points 1.6 and a new report, a citizen experience report. I'm going to turn to Helen to present in a while, but I'm going to invite Jeff from Llais to join us as well. Jeff is going to contribute to this item as well. Helen, to open, please. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Chair.
This is a new report. Previously, the public will have had an opportunity in this section to ask questions to the board, which is something that happens every single day, of course, and they get answered all the time. This is an opportunity to bring some of the greater themes together that exist in the conversations that we have with patients, families and carers on a day-to-day basis, both inside Betsy Cadwaladr and also through colleagues who listen to those patients on the outside as well. So what you see in this paper is a combination of insight that we have gathered either through our own PALS team, who are in our hospitals and on our sites, listening to people in the moment, conversations that we have had with the public, whether that's through routine engagement that we have. Members of my team are out and about all the time talking with different people, but also in the last 2 months there were a couple of public meetings as well that were attended by colleagues here today, one at Betusakoi and another that was in Tywyn. So we're gathering information from those as well. Also, we have correspondence from our members of the Senate and also Parliament who routinely write in on behalf of their constituents, and so we gather themes there. And then finally, our colleagues in Slice they have their ear on the ground and are having day-to-day conversations with people about their experiences with Betsy Cadwallader. So this report brings together a summary of all of that. There's a little bit of detail that's added in order for people to understand some of the negative and some of the positive that we hear. It does not answer the so what in terms of these themes are very important. What are we doing about them? They will be picked up in papers that are in the board pack. And today we can see that the improvements around quality and services and care is an in-depth paper. So that's an area where we can look at in more detail what is happening. We were meant to be joined by Leon, a colleague from Head of Patient Experience this morning, but unfortunately he's not been able to be here due to other circumstances. But we would have had a PALS colleague with us as well as Slice to be able to add more detail or respond to questions. So I'll leave it there, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions, but obviously we have Jeff as well.
Great. Helen and
Thank
Jeff.
you, Helen. Jeff, welcome.
Really interested in your thoughts, not just about what people are telling you, but actually this way of presenting this information and you know our ambition to try and ensure we capture learning and the knowledge in order to improve our services. So be really interested to have your thoughts about that as well.
Thank you, Chair. I was pleased to see this report, and I was pleased to see it was something of a warts and all report. I think it's important that board members see that there are issues, that there are problems. Can't resolve those problems unless you know what they are. And the themes that you hear, we hear all the time. We are the statutory provider of advocacy services in relation to health and social care. And we deal with about 500 written complaints a year. And those reflect your concerns. We have a great deal more detail. We use Datix like you do and can produce the same information, which will triangulate what you have to say. We're switching to a new system in a couple of months, which will give us even more detail. Interesting to hear the lady previously saying that she was her own care coordinator. Really, she had to bring it all together. And we hear that a lot now. We particularly hear it from people with severe enduring conditions. One of the issues seems to be post-pandemic, and those links between GPs and secondary care seem to have broken down a bit. So we'll get people telling us that they've been waiting for test results, and they'll ring up the GP and they'll say, well, receptionist will say, well, here's the phone number of the consultant secretary, you ring them and check. And I don't think that's acceptable, because some of those results need interpretation. They're not clear. Neither is it acceptable just to say, oh, your results were good. They need to talk to somebody, and that used to be the GP.
I'm sure it still is in many cases, but it seems to be a trend. You have in there delays in surgery, and you won't be surprised to hear that we hear about particularly joint replacement, but also cataracts. You had a really excellent scheme for fast tracking cataracts to a private concern. I think it was on the Wirral. That was very well regarded. We recently did a deep dive into what it was like to wait for a long time. We did that a few years ago, and people were saying that they wanted treatment closer to home. What people were saying last year was, we don't care where the treatment is, send us anywhere. The other thing which was slightly worrying in that survey was people didn't see waiting for NHS care to be a realistic option. And we're hearing increasingly about people taking out loans or mortgages, families clubbing together to get private treatment. Generally, those people didn't have private medical insurance, so they were worried that they'd be on their own if it went wrong. Well, they wouldn't be. You would pick it up. And even more worrying, people were talking about going to Turkey and Morocco. And we've all seen what that is. We have been working, I think, more closely with Betsy Cadwallader on various issues. So I think about Towan, and we need to follow that up, by the way, Chair. And Betsy Cohen, which was very well received. There is another GP practice in the offing, and it's really good to work with our Betsy colleagues on that. And I think the benefits of that, and I think they're in the report here, that some very senior officers turned up at that meeting. They were able to answer questions directly, and these were people who had the ability to answer, to give the definitive answer. So there was no confusion. And I think that's a great help to remove that confusion. And I think I'd like to see this report being used in that way to remove confusion on issues. So it's clear to the public what Betsy Cadwallader is about, what they will do about things. And I think that the report and the previous patient experience highlights the need to work in multi-agency ways. I don't think in this day and age it's acceptable to treat people and then discharge them and not worry about what happens later. And I know that colleagues here are really on board with that, and we just have to make it happen, really. I'm pleased to answer any questions about what we've been doing. And we're working with your board secretary to bring to you a more helpful report. We're all in early days. We almost regard Betsy Cadwallader as a new health board now because of the level of change. It's not entirely new to us because we see people we've known for many years come forward. Like Gareth, we work closely with Gareth and know his commitment to patient involvement and patient-focused services. So I'm very hopeful, and I think this report is. I like the way it's done, and let's see where we go with it after this. Thank you very much, Jeff. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
And just a word for myself quickly before we go to discussion and questions. It's an ambition from some of us to have this item on the agenda so that we are able to have something that was transparent, open, and about the experiences of the people that we serve. I want to emphasize one thing. I'm I get lots of correspondence from different people. People stopping me in the streets, some coming to the house even, and I'm very glad of that. And people's experiences vary. You know, some say that the service that they received has been excellent, wonderful. Carol and myself were at a meeting some weeks ago with somebody who obviously somebody notable here in the public health sector here in North Wales, and they described the service that they'd had as Rolls-Royce, standard, he said. So, you know, we do get responses that are, you know, excellent. Just a few things that I want to emphasize of the themes. I want also to pass the buck a little bit and ask Carol and colleagues, right, what can we do with all of this? How can we get the best out of this information? And I understand, of course, that our committees have a role in that respect, but I think it's important that the board sees this item and underlines that its importance. What two things for me? One, a clear message that comes out time and time again is communication. And communication, our communication varies. You know, we do and how we communicate with people. And the other point is in the system, that first connection, touch, that connection that somebody has with the health board is often the most important one. Not just because when you pick up the phone, that person at the other end of the phone resolves all your problems, but that they are able to create that feeling in you that you feel confident, that you feel that somebody is listening, as somebody said earlier on. I think I'll ask some of our friends now. Something specific is waiting lists and waiting times. It's in the news today from another area in Wales, as it happens, but it's something that I'm quite concerned about. What can we do to strengthen that procedure, so that experience is better for our citizens? At the moment, so the reality is that, and I might need to declare an interest here myself. First of all, you're not sure if you're on a waiting list when you go into the system. You only know that you're on the waiting list when you get the letter about your appointment. And sometimes you fall out of the system. You know, you don't know that you're ultimately on a waiting list. And then if you're waiting for quite a specialist treatment or treatment where there's, well, you might be waiting a long time. Is it possible for us to care about people who are waiting whilst they're on that journey? I think that that's important. It doesn't mean that we're able to say to people, you know, you're going to have your appointment tomorrow, but we can care for people whilst they are on that waiting list, as it were, even though in order to improve that experience, for people to feel that at least it's that somebody cares about me, as it were. I'll pause there, and there'll be an opportunity for others to ask questions, I'm sure, and then we will ask for responses. Jeff, turn to you first.
Being provoked by some of the things I've said. No, I think that last chain of thought was really important. We had lots of people coming to us about their waiting times, and we can't push them up the waiting list. No, as we all know, that's done on medical priority. And one of the things we do is explain that the waiting list is dynamic, so it's possible for you to be at the top of the waiting list for a long time because there's always somebody. One of the things that we do with Nick, with Carol, with Angela, is we communicate what has changed about the patient's condition. And there doesn't seem to be, and it comes back to this difficulty in accessing primary care, there doesn't seem to be
a mechanism for the patient to communicate how things are changing. So we've done that in the past, and the treating consultant has reviewed that and decided this is much more urgent than I thought.
Yes.
Let's bring them up.
Yeah.
And if there was some mechanism for that, for people's changing and deteriorating condition to be factored in. It is, Chair, the looking after people on the waiting list.
No, good point. Wait, but I probably should plan it.
So people, if people want to contribute, I'll give them to Claire first of all. Claire, and then.
Thank you. I think this new way of talking about issues and patient experience is really helpful, because I think we're seeing the themes more easily. So thank you. I think it's been really useful to do it this way. Just sitting here thinking about, the kind of, I've been on the board now in this position since end of May, and we keep talking about the same themes, don't we? Lack of communication with patients, sometimes staff attitude being a concern. And I think sometimes we focus a lot here on, if I can call it, the kind of medical issues, and it feels to me that what would be most useful for patients, and we've all been here, is a singular point of contact who follows my case through for me, who is that link person. So it's a bit like the community navigators, as they referred to it before. So if I'm in hospital and I need to come home, who can help me navigate where I need to go? If I'm on a long waiting list for 2 years, I can accept that if I know that I'm on the list and that I'm being regularly reviewed by either my GP or somebody else. And these sorts of roles don't need to be hugely qualified. They're people who can listen, they're people who care about people, and they're people who understand the system and can navigate and be that kind of contact. And I think, we always talk about how starved of resources we are. But I think some investment, more investment in the future, perhaps we'll have to make savings elsewhere, but more people who can be that contact and route through the system, I think, could really help to transform people's experience. Because, I think most people are prepared to wait if they know what might happen next or when they're likely to get treatment. And what worries me significantly is the numbers of people taking on debt to get treatment privately. But I understand why people are doing that. It shouldn't be the case that people are feeling so concerned about perhaps the limitations on their life while they're waiting for treatment that they will perhaps do something they're going to have to deal with for many, many years to come. So I just think in terms of thinking about where we head in terms of the model that we're going to be working towards in future, we can't underestimate the value of more people in the system who are just appointed to help people find the routes. And I think that could really help to transform patient and public experience. And, the whole thing with the GP, some people like us around this table will advocate for ourselves. Many people are very scared of, speaking up for themselves and whether they've got the right to ask a difficult question of a trained doctor or trained consultant or police person or fire person. So I just think having some more grit in the system that helps people with that would really make a difference.
Everybody else, very good points there. Born, Nessa, within.
Or next, and then Adele, I think, Karen. Yes, thank you. Experience of that individual is what's important to me. I've been interested in see how we've moved on numbers and those to me. I'd like to know more about that service. The other thing that's disappointed me is the attitude and behaviour of staff towards individuals. So how are we able to get that assurance? Is that somebody phoning everybody pals and saying, oh, that person talked, not a very nice way with me, and that's it? Or is that dealt with internally? Or an additional question is, are we in the place where we're concerned too much about going down HR routes with individuals when we don't do that, rather than are we worried about losing them? So how is this circle going to be closed? As a member of the board, I'm really disappointed that the individual is having that experience in a care sector. and I would like an assurance quite handy that those aspects are going to be sorted. Thank you for raising that. We will ask to have a response to that, and what the procedure is, to deal with cases like that, and the assurance that it's going to be followed up. Yeah, the assurance that it's not going to be just this sits on the shelf somewhere, whatever, and that I want to emphasize once again that experiences of the majority of people with our staff is excellent, and that staff go that second mile and beyond. And we're grateful, very grateful for that. But it's not like that. It's not an experience for us to take pride in. Obviously, if that's what you're saying. Right then, next, I think I'll bring Angela back then. But Adele, Karen, Ursa, and then Angela.
In global way, if you like. Thanks, Adele.
Okay, thank you. I think it's really insightful in terms of Jeff's feedback and your personal feedback as well, David. This is something from an operational perspective that's very much on our radar. And as you would expect, it's a national issue. There have been issues nationally and assurances sought from Welsh Government, going back to Vaughan's point, in terms of how we communicate with our patients who are on waiting lists, that it's not a standard, you're waiting for a certain specialty is 4 years, that we're actually communicating with individual patients about their individual needs. For us as a board, our absolute priority in this space is reducing waiting times in the first instance. And then for me, that there's 3 core components. They are communication with our patients. We've been doing a lot of work with our booking clerks, with our waiting list teams and our operational teams in terms of that communication, the personal communication. I think we need to take that task and finish group a step further. And I think, Jeff, Claes involvement as well as clinical involvement to really understand what the communication issues are. The other thing, we have a national programme and we've really embedded this within Betsy, called the 3 Ps programme. They are promote, prevent and repair. And what that is really focusing on, and I think from feedback from patients, is rather than patients just waiting and very often deteriorating on waiting lists, not hearing from anyone for a period of time, is how we can support them with their own condition and getting them prepared and keeping them well while they're on the waiting list. That really helps, and there's far more qualified people around the table than me as clinicians, but that also supports the ability of the patient when they are listed to have their treatment. And finally, the point that I think it was Jeff who picked up about having, there are mechanisms in place for patients deteriorating and clinicians re-reviewing their priority on the waiting list, but it's another complex system. So how do we provide further clarity to our clinical teams and our patients to manoeuvre that process for deteriorating patients? So for me, I think we need to expand the working group we've set up around comms in this space and bring in more of the patient voice, Chair.
Great, that's really useful, Adele. Thank you very much for that. Karen, Ursula, then Angela, then get Carol too. Within Carol.
Just to echo everyone's comments, I think this is a really great paper in terms of illustrating and highlighting the extensive challenges our communities facing, from the story of someone in one of our rural communities having to travel all day to get a COVID vaccination, to some of the more harrowing stories like the ones we've seen on the video before. But it just makes me think that, if we've got services that we can take to the community, why aren't we doing it? We did it in COVID. Our rural communities and our most older, vulnerable patients who won't make that journey that this lady was brave enough, or gentleman was brave enough to make. We should be thinking, and we could have some not quick wins per se, but we can improve our services quite quickly there. So it was just an observation, really.
Good point. Leon, Nessa?
Well, thank you. There's just a couple of points really. So I'm really interested to hear that there's this focus on communication while patients are waiting. It's probably an obvious thing to say, but when we're busy every day working full time, time goes really fast. But for people waiting, a day is like a year sometimes if you really need a serious condition. So that's kind of an emotional understanding of what that's like and how that can make somebody a bit cross if they're trying to communicate. So experience with postural mobility service, we were successful in finding a way of that communication to increase and improve, and it saved a lot of pressure on the service. So there is real savings in finding solutions to that. So really pleased to hear about that. I think it's really important that everybody understands patient expertise, but what's crucial around that is when a clinician or a nurse or a receptionist kind of meets the person looking for services, it can take people a while to come to describing exactly what's going on. So there does need to be that space, which I know is hard when everyone's really, really busy, but that's the only way that their expertise and their experience will really get a chance to be heard. And there's just one question really, which is probably for Helen, but just to ask, how do we garner and learn from, and the learning from, I know, for example, cancer services have a forum of citizens using their services, and I'm sure other ones will. So how do we actually garner from, in a way, the more embedded in-depth conversations, forums that they may hold, and how do we bring that into this report as well? Thank you.
Angela Carroll.
Thank you. Communication is the word that we've heard during this discussion. Of communication is something we can change. People can change straight away. They can take steps to do things better than they were doing previously. The key findings, I'll read these in English from the survey done.
Staff always introduce themselves. 83.3 of respondents always felt listened to. 80.8 of respondents felt the staff took the time to understand. Now,
I might be being a bit harsh, but reading these, I wanted to add the word just, only, just. And I know that's possibly some, when you get an 80% percentage, what's important is that the experience of the 20% that feel that they are not, that hasn't happened for them. And I think that's what we need to go after, is to make sure that those 20% that they do speak and communicate with the patients, it can make a huge difference to the treatment that somebody gets, that they know when it's going to happen. Thank you, David. Angela, and then Carol to close the discussion. Over to you, Angela. And
almost because you've got a bit of a throat infection. So
I've lubricated, so you may be able to hear me. So just a few points to feedback on really from Pals is part of my team. So hopefully I can answer some of the questions that Leon may have wanted to answer. So using feedback, we are providing that feedback and collating it currently. I think it's fair to say up to probably last year, we were using the feedback we were getting, we were responding to it, but we weren't really using it for learning. So we weren't sharing it across the organisation and we weren't making changes large scale. We were just identifying the area where it was happening. Some of the work we've been doing now is to have a repository that says, oh, this happened in YGC, but it's also happened in YG. Is there something else that we need to do wider? And that's a big piece of work that's feeding through the organisation learning forum. And as part of our learning organisation development will be to utilise all that on an ongoing basis. From the point of view of staff, when there's bad attitudes potentially or behaviours, we do address every single one of those. We refer to the matron in charge. If it's a PALS inquiry, we talk to the matron, identify who's been involved in that interaction to see if we at that point can say, is there an issue? What's happening on the ward? It might be factors that the staffing on the ward is stretched and that person is reacting. It's not an excuse, but maybe we can support it from that point of view. We try to triangulate if it comes in as a formal complaint with student nurse feedback, looking at what is happening on the wards, however many other complaints are happening, whether we need to do a wider piece of organisational development work with George's team to identify what's happening there. I myself this week have been out into one of the hospitals talking to a team who've had some challenges about how we interact with staff and with patients across the organisation. We also take into account if it's an agency staff member and whether that is appropriate for us to be utilising that staff within the organisation, feeding back to the agency expectations, standards, etc. So there's a lot of things, but every single contact we do follow up, and very, very infrequently HR processes have to be involved. It can be very much about reflection and looking at how people are supported to enable them to deliver the best care in the most appropriate way with appropriate language. Cancer services and the groups that we have around, patient feedback, etc. They're used locally within those services, obviously. Again, as part of our organisation learning work, we're trying to triangulate that information, making sure any themes are picked up, any good practice is shared across the organisation. It's early days, but I think we're going in the right direction. And then from a feedback point of view, we are now triangulating. We've got our Civica system, our rollout across the organisation. Chris has been supporting the PALS team around being more dynamic around that and utilising Civica and having a regular report that comes through to enable us to utilise that experience in the best possible way. And I think it's stop.
So. Yeah, you're very on. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it, and it's good to get that insight that you shared with us. So, Carol, maybe a summary with a particular emphasis on where do we go next? I have to admit that this is a bit of a work in progress. This report, it's let's see how it goes. But personally, I think, despite everything that goes on in committees, I think it's important that the board is cited on this particular item and the public can also be cited. So a view, how can we take this forward and make a difference?
Diolch, David, and I'm going to sound like I'm booming now after Angela. There's a lot in this, and I think it's great. We've been having an expansive conversation about the issues, but importantly for me, just sitting above the individual issues is how we take the feedback from people, wide range of stakeholders, into our work in a meaningful way. So I think, and that's the so what I think that you were asking earlier. So there's a couple of things for me really, and number one is, these are themes, these are very helpful themes that should and will impact on what our priorities are for improvement and for planning. So if we look at, for example, the issue of waiting times, how do we take the route through the experience that we're hearing and directly put that as a core priority in our 3-year plan? And how do we then look at the impact on outcomes and experience as a result of the work that we do, so that individuals and groups are completely influencing that. And we have priorities based on the experience of people in North Wales. So the focus on improvement, the focus on outcomes and experience is really important. And I was just wondering whether looking at those thematic areas, maybe an opportunity to bring back reports and presentations on those key areas to show the you said we did, ideally, we said we did. So there's a couple of things in relation to that, and particularly planned care seems to have come through, and I know there's a lot of work. A couple of comments. Claire's point about care navigation. I think this is absolutely one for our big thinking strategically, because I think this is one of the biggest challenges for modern healthcare now. I looked at this a few years ago and I met a lovely gent who was trying to manage his wife's 8 different consultant appointments. And she was unwound, she had mobility issues. How hard it was to get through the system and all of that. So, whether that's about lots of subspecialism, but people with multiple conditions earlier in their life lasting longer. So that's got to be one of our big problems we help to solve strategically in the future.
And the significance of it now is compared to, let's say, even 5 years ago, people are waiting longer. So, you know, previously you said, okay, well, that's not a very good experience, but before long, I'm going to get the treatment. Now it's 2, 3, 4 years. So the need is great, isn't it?
And we don't come with one thing. We've often got these multiple things.
Yeah.
So that is definitely in that we've got to try and solve that box. In my 30 odd years, I'm afraid to say in the NHS, culture and attitude has been a recurrent theme coming through. And I'm sure it's the same in other caring areas. And whilst Andrew's absolutely right, deal with the issues, see what the issues are in the clinical area. There's something for me about the wider way in which we treat each other and those standards of behaviour and expectations, and we are doing some of that work on behaviours framework, so we can be very clear what the standards are, and we can hold ourselves and others to account, and we can support. But we know staff are often working under a lot of pressure, so not about blame, about support and encouragement to move forward. And then I think just in closing, the potential for much more flexible models of care. I think it's Karen's point, but Jeff had talked about ophthalmology. We're going to come on to ophthalmology in the performance report. That is one of our biggies now. How do we provide more flexible care, often in different places? So not a traditional, that's a hospital thing, that's a home thing, that's a community thing. But again, you know, we've got some good examples, but we need to make sure we don't retrench to the tradition, because the pandemic did dislodge, did make us think differently, and we need that sort of thinking into the future clinical strategy as we go forward. Yeah.
Carol.
Thank you very much, Carol, for that. And there's a good summary. I want to be clear in. I'm looking to Diane here, and in the action points of this discussion, I think we need to know what those points are. Who's responsible for doing what, and what happens next? There's an opportunity to review that, of course, I'm sure. Our ambition is the One Health Board is that all our staff and the people that we serve, that they get the best possible experience wherever they are in the health boards, wherever they live in North Wales. And we do, you know, we'll come back to those words.
A lot over the last months, Carol, is standards and quality. I think it's the two top words, I think, in our discussions, and it is to do with the equality around that and the ambition. And somehow we've got to instill that in all of us. So first of all, we must have it to begin with. You know, everything starts with us, not with somebody next door. Everything starts with us. Our standards, our ambition, our quality will set the tone for the rest of the organisation. Never, ever forget that. I'm speaking to myself as much as anyone else. Seriously, you know, let's not ever forget that that's part of our leadership role. So instilling that across the organisation so that whoever access whatever services will have that best possible experience. Doesn't mean it's going to be perfect, but the way people are dealt with, the way people are treated makes a difference. Those, what sometimes we think in the great scheme of things are small things, makes a huge difference. So I think we can take a lot from this item. Let's have a think how we can develop it. Jeff, you and your colleagues can have a think, okay, how maybe you can participate in this and how we can develop it and where we go with all the learning. Let's not lose it. Let's Let's use it. And we want to see action from it. That's the key thing. I'm looking at various chairs of committees and have a think as well what committees can do with this. If it sits rightly in some agendas, I know. Diolch yn fawr iawn i bawb.
Thank you very much all for the discussion. We've taken quite a while over that, but it has been valuable, hopefully. And thank you, Helen, and the team for preparing the report. Very good. Thank you very much for that. Pass on our thanks to all. On to the next item, the Chair's report. I'm not going to spend too much time on this item as we're running late, but usually to underline a few things possibly that are useful for all to know. One is that I've discovered that Christmas and the Health Board is a period where a lot of things happen, a lot of good things happen, and lots of things where choirs of patients, hold services and Wynn's been doing a lot of valuable work, and it's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to join in some of those activities, as I'm sure some of others will have done. And I think that does have it is appreciated by our staff. So thank you all who have been holding the different activities. We are also, I was also aware that the winter period, we're still in that period. Of course, it's conveyed extra pressures on us. We've also had industrial action, and in the midst of all of that, our staff have done commendable efforts to close the gaps that have been to take on extra shifts, to take on extra days, to change their shift patterns accordingly, and it's something that we, as a board, send a clear message out that we're very grateful for the efforts around that specifically, and thank you once again to all staff. One visit, just to say a few words briefly. The First Minister, Mark Dreyford, arranged to visit Wrexham Mill Hospital in the main to have a discussion with Gareth, myself, and Carol, and the current First Minister is ending in his post before too long, but we were very grateful that he created time to come and have that discussion with us. But he'd also had an opportunity to discuss with patients at the Heddvan unit and on the Wrexham Hospital sites, and I think that he had a very good impression of the service there, and the staff were very glad of his visit. Once again, these visits, I think they do make a difference in terms of communication, in terms of that the staff proceed, that we're putting some attention to make sure that we can speak with people and visit different sites, and of the First Minister himself doing that. So we're very, very grateful for that. I'll just pause there. Happy to take any questions as usual. Thank you. Does anybody want to ask anything or make any comments? If not, no, thank you very much. Then on we go to the next item. Chief Executive's report. Carol, over to you for your report. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm in the spirit of just catching up a little bit. I will be very brief with the report. It's a shorter report than usual. We did have Christmas and I had a week off, so my usual site visits were a bit lower this time. But as the chair has just said, there's been a lot going on. the seasonal celebrations were fantastic. It was my first Christmas here in North Wales. Thoroughly enjoyed it and saw the real spirit of community across the health board. So that was lovely. And I was actually on one of the visits that I have done. The chair had been there a week or so ahead of me and previewed it to say you're going to love this, and I did. The minor academic medical and surgical research area, and it would be great to have some more information come through on this. And really quite groundbreaking research going on, particularly around prostate cancer. So whilst we talk a lot about all of the challenges, rightly so, we have got some real gems of work going on as well. So I did say I would take the opportunity to flag that so that they knew that we value their work very highly. It has been a very difficult time in terms of the seasonal resilience, winter resilience, and adding on then industrial action, not just in Wales, but in England, and our border relationship across to particularly the counties of Chester has meant that we had a couple of weeks of real challenge. As you say, Chair, a lot of people have undertaken a lot of work. It would be very hard to name everyone in there, but people will know who they are at gold level, silver level, out in the services and on the front line. And you know, we managed. It was disruptive, but we've managed that situation. I'd like to personally just draw attention to the health and safety executive. It is in my report there, but to publicly again apologise to the family of a lady whose care that we failed in, to be quite straightforward about it. Was a very difficult hearing, and one that brought home to me certainly the impact of when we don't get things right. I think we take a lot of learning from that incident, and I commend staff for the efforts they have put in to embed that learning, and we're determined to make sure that learning continues to be driven forward in a positive way. I'm sure we're going to come on to planning at some point, but we are earnestly in planning now for the next 3 years, having had the Welsh Government planning guidance and the budget. So I know that we will touch on that. It's going to be a challenging but potentially exciting opportunity. Not potentially, it's going to be challenging and exciting. Not potentially, opportunities ahead. We've got a lot to do, but we've got a lot of good things that we can help make happen. And then what penultimately working with partners, a note there, but I did want to flag that yesterday we re-signed the Armed Forces Covenant as an organisation. We are one of a few organisations across Wales who have reached the gold level of accreditation, which is fantastic in our work with veterans, and via the Ministry of Defence, that relationship is reaffirmed. Nick, with his own past background in the armed forces, leads this. We were both there to sign it, and we're delighted to do so on behalf of the board. And then finally, Chair, after I said I'd be brief, I'm not. But I do want to say this. You will notice that Teresa Owen is not around our board table. Thank you, Jane, for stepping in to cover. But she is here, and Teresa has stepped down from the role of Executive Director of Public Health. She is not leaving the Health Board, however. We made sure of that. And I want to thank Teresa, been here 9 months, but known Teresa longer in the NHS Wales for her extremely diligent and very highly valued contribution to public health and the wider agenda here in North Wales. And I'm delighted that Teresa will be working with us on mental health improvements, one of the top priorities of the Health Board. So very pleased with that. And then Adele, this will be your last meeting. You're on holiday at the end of the month. Thank you for stepping forward on the secondment and your contribution. And then the final part is that we have successfully appointed a director of corporate governance. That's the start now of our drawing substantive executive team together. So I'll end on that.
Okay, Carol, and can I also say to Adele, many thanks for your work over the past months. And I know that the commute sometimes is quite challenging. Those of us who use transport for Wales on a basis can have some thoughts on that as well. But we're really grateful for all your efforts and the work you've done, and we wish you well in the future. Thank you for coming today and contributing. Teresa, my deud rhywbeth bod rhywun sydd
Says something that Teresa, who's somebody who's new, who's just left post, isn't able to stay away too long and has to sit in. That tells you everything about Teresa, I think. I'm very glad that you're here to listen to Carol's words, and as member of the board, appreciate all your work, and we look forward to continuing to work with you in another way in the future. Thank you, Teresa, and thank you, Adele, once again. Any questions, any comments? Gareth, first of all.
So obviously the annual plan is critical, and I'm glad to hear, and I know from elsewhere that I think progress is being made. I just wondered what the arrangements for the board, informally as well as formally, to have an input, because I know we'll get to sign it off in March, but I'm very anxious that all the members of the board get the chance to look at it.
Yeah. Please don't be anxious. Literally yesterday, we had an informal executive session where we were laying out the steps, and we recognise that there's a couple of steps we want to confirm with particularly independent members of the board to make that contribution. Recognising that our board development session in February is already chock-a-block, we might need to be quite flexible in how to engage. But we will have an outline. Russell, rather than start with a blank piece of paper, have an outline in the next 2 weeks or so, I think. So certainly, by early February, which might give us some substance on which to have some further discussion. So, Chair, if that's all right, I know we're leaning on independent board members' time a lot at the moment, but to be able to put into the diary some flexible opportunities to have the discussion, that would be great.
That's useful.
Anybody else? Any more questions on Carol's report? I could just take advantage of the opportunity to thank Teresa, as who's been the only person, the consistent person, I think, who's been with us from local authorities. I think we all appreciate that and look forward to working with Teresa. When I saw the email, I was very glad that she was going to be here today. Very glad to see her continuing. Very grateful to her for being so consistent and willing to discuss things that are possibly outside of her area sometimes when it's suitable to discuss. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. Well, appreciate that comment. Right. Thank you very much, Carol, for the report. On now to the next item, which is item 1.9, the Vice Chair's report. And before Gareth says a few words, I'd like to thank him for bringing a report to the board. It's a new development that's appreciated and welcomed, and an opportunity for all to see the work that Gareth does in his post since November, I believe, and working very hard and received lots of invitations to visit, different and go on different committees. Very grateful to you for your reports. Over to you, Gareth. Thank you, Chair.
I don't want to speak really to this report. I'm sure people have a chance to read it. Just two things. Firstly, to say I'm sticking my head above the parapet and giving you my thoughts as they evolve. I know people who know more about the subjects than I do may differ, and please put me right now or outside the meeting. But I didn't want to just sort of give an account of what I was doing, but also what I was thinking. And the second point, at the risk of embarrassing her further, is just I want to say how tremendously helpful Teresa's been in the first bit has been getting my head around the mental health, adult mental health. I've obviously got a lot more work to do, but she's really helped on that front, and I'm very glad she's staying in touch and in office dealing with some of those issues. So I'm very happy to answer questions, or obviously we talk outside the meeting about my emerging thoughts. Thank you.
Diolch iawn. Gareth, Vaughan?
Vaughan, thank you, Gareth. I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity to. There's one comment made here about the fact that local authorities have pulled out of procedures where we have been. We may possibly need to look at that in detail again. That doesn't quite explain the situation as a board. Possibly the board needs to understand why that's happening. Yeah, and I think it's a story where we need to be in that discussion. Yeah, and I know that Gareth will be able to do that.
Since I wrote the report, we did have the first meeting, and with me involved of the Together for Mental Health, and I've agreed with Alwyn from Wrexham, who has been very involved in that work, that we're going to work up a bit of a paper to discuss this within that context of partnership. But obviously, I think you're right, that needs to come to the board, and I certainly don't in any sense want to estimate the pressure that's on the local authority colleagues as well. But I think we need to sort of understand what the pressures are and see if we can make sure that we not necessarily just go back to what we did before. That's often not the solution, but make sure that we've got those connections right. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Dylan? No. Just raising my hand. Everybody happy then? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gareth, for the report and being so willing to that's very much appreciated from us as a board, and I know by staff. So thank you very much, Gareth. We're going to take a break now, if that's okay. I'm ready for a break, I think, of 10 minutes. I will ask technical crew to stop televising for that period so that you can have a break as well. It's 18 minutes past 11. We will come back into the room at 28 minutes past 11 in order to start at past. Thank you very much. 10 minutes.
Diolch yn iawn bawb.
Thank you very much all, and welcome back to our board meeting here in Llandudno today, and we continue with our agenda, and the next item is 2.1 and the update on special measures. It's an important and permanent item on our agenda, of course, and I turn to Chris, please, to introduce this item. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You'll see the report in front of you is slightly briefer than the previous reports that we've brought. I'd just like to assure everybody that's not due to a lack of effort. It's just simply the timing of the board meeting and the information that we've got prepared to bring. Cycle 3 is well underway. In fact, we're midway now through cycle 3, and the exec team met yesterday to review progress on that. What I would say is the milestones for cycle 3 are loaded quite a lot towards the end of cycle 3, and that's really because of the Christmas period. And because of that, I haven't included an update against those milestones here today. It wouldn't have added a great deal of additional information, but there are some examples of progress within the narrative text within the paper. At the last board, I estimated that when we got to the close of cycle 2, because we weren't there at that point, we'd probably be in the order of 2/3 of the milestones having been completed within cycle, and that is exactly where we fell by the end of the cycle. What I would say about that, because there is a risk that we'll focus upon the third that we didn't achieve, we were very clear and have been very clear that the approach for special measures should be realistic, but also should be ambitious. And so, you know, within the complexities of a health organisation, all the codependencies and the unpredictability, I think 2/3 is roughly in the right place. 100%, and we wouldn't have been ambitious enough. Even 80%, recognising the complexities of the services we deliver, we probably wouldn't have been ambitious enough. We have a formal closure report for cycle 2, which I will circulate in the coming week once that's just been finalised. There is reference then further in the report to the independent review process that colleagues will be familiar with. I can say today that we now have all of the reports for accuracy checking, so we'll be able to bring those through, timetable those through now once those accuracy checks have been done and we've received final versions. The last point, I think, before I finish, is you'll see at the end the change log. I have approved the contents of the change log for working purposes, but colleagues will be aware that it then comes through to board for ratification.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Chris?
Thank you very much, Chris. And Carol, did you want to come back?
Do you want to listen to contributions from others and then? That's great. Very much. Claire, we'll come to you first then, please.
Diolch. Thanks for the report, Chris. So one strategic point and one more operational type of question. So I like the fact that we are taking the themes from the independent reviews, that what we have got now is a set of themes to work on. So a kind of straightforward question around that, in terms of the 3-year plan that we haven't yet seen, I'm hoping and expecting that they're going to be. So for that, yeah, so thank you. Carol and Chris are both nodding at that, so thanks very much. The second question, which is more detail, is we're speaking here about good progress around oncology. And yet when I look at the risk report, the next item, there is no updates on progress around cancer pathways, sorry. So we say oncology, we're doing well, maybe we can get that step down a bit in terms of intervention levels. But then in the risk report, it hasn't been updated and it's still scoring 20. So my question is, are we as an organisation making the connections and the links between the special measures action plan, our risk management framework and our performance framework? Because we need to, they all need to tell the same story. And I can accept that there may well be some slightly different actions in special measures improvement plan to what we have in the risk management framework, to what we have in the KPIs. But even so, at the board level, we need to join those things together. So when we're saying we're confident that things can be stepped down, we've joined all the dots.
And that does raise the question of different things in different reports. So which one is the truth, if you like, you know, that which report reflects the situation as is, recognising that reports at different times and
and I'm sure there isn't any untruths anywhere,
no,
but it's
absolutely not.
But it's where the judgments are being derived from for different aspects of things we're working on, isn't it? And then what that means for the overall position on something.
We'll let Chris come back, but when we've had other comments as well, Chris, you can think about that one. Thank you.
Anybody else want to raise matter? Chris.
And then we'll get Carol to make some general comments as well.
Yeah, thank you. So it is exactly as you say, Claire, in that the focus within this has been in terms of the factors that caused oncology to be identified as a fragile service for special measures. In retrospect, the language in the report could be slightly clearer in so much as we are recognising the improvements from special measures, and that has then prompted us to start thinking about how do you de-escalate a fragile service rather than necessarily saying we are at the point where we believe that service should be de-escalated, because all of that triangulation does need to occur.
Very much.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Thanks very much the opportunity just to contribute on this item. A couple of thoughts, and then I'll try and incorporate Claire's at the same time. So what I was going to say was this is the last public board meeting before the milestone of the 1 year special measures. So clearly our thoughts are turning to that and stepping back a little bit to think about, okay, the 9 months, which would be 3 90-day cycles. Where did we start? What actions have we taken? What impact have we had? And what assurances have we had? In terms of where we are on the journey of improvement through the first period, into, this talks exactly to Claire's point, which is why we were nodding so vigorously, all of that channeling through into the 3-year plan. So the themes are very important in all of the reviews, but so are then the individual recommendations and making sure that they're in there. So all of that moves across. And then the big item, as you've quite rightly said, Claire, is the connecting pieces and the alignment. So we just started some discussion about how we present all of that. So, for example, on templated number 1, what were the issues that took this particular matter into special measures? What action have we taken? What impact has that action had? And where are our assurances of that impact? Be that all Wales or Healthcare Inspectorate Wales or other sources of assurance that we can draw in. So we're going to be working very much on that to get us ready for the year ahead. We are also working on the issue of corporate risk register and BAF, and where they sit to help us understand where our risks to delivery are on the BAF side and where the risks are organisationally. So just to finish up, you know, we continue to have the Ministers' Improvement Forum for all of the board. We've got one of those coming up, and we continue at the executive level to have the Special Measures Assurance Board with the Director General and the NHS Wales Chief Exec, and that is also coming up. So we've got those different interactions as well to contribute.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Priyan, right from you as well.
I know we're on a journey, and you know, 3 cycles will have passed. I remember sometime, I'm not sure, it might have been in a ministers' meeting or with Welsh Government, that we were going to be given an indication about what needs to be ticked off in order to be considered for de-escalation somewhere down the line. And you know, particularly since we've got a different level of escalation as stacked into our landscape over the last couple of days. So I just wondered where we are on that. I mean, I know we're not going to say by 12 months' time will it be different. I think we'll be different as an organisation, but whether that will be sufficient, I don't know. But I just wondered, you know, looking ahead, particularly when you're in the context of a 3-year planning, where do we see it fitting together?
So I think that's a good question, and there have been some discussions. I think there's 2 or 3 things I think we can take advantage of the 12 months is to sit back to begin with and think, okay, what's been achieved, and an honest assessment of that, and what difference has it made to people's experience of using health and wellbeing services. I think that's to tie it in with that is important. Then secondly, that discussion with government regarding criteria but de-escalation, and then thirdly, okay, what's the next 12 months going to look like? What's the approach going to be? And the learning from the last 9 months, what we're taking from that to go into the next 12 months. I think there's 3 things there that we can almost say, okay, look, 12 months, right, let's take a stock and consider these things maybe.
Yeah, and if I may respond, and Chris, please do add in, but on the first item, the taking stock, I think is really important because we put the 3 90-day cycles in to create the energy drive, the momentum for improvement, but it's not sustainable in that way. And thanks to Chris's function for being able to respond and everyone else on that. So taking stock, and we'll have that comprehensive view coming back through. The second point, I'm always a bit cautious about using in words de-escalation, because that's not the aim is to build a better organisation and to improve outcomes. But it is important that everyone can see at what level of improvement do you need to achieve in order to start giving confidence we're moving in the right direction. And I think that's still a bit of an outstanding piece, if I'm honest with you, Ray. Now, I know the Welsh Government officials, because we met with them, are working on this. They also need to take into account the wider elements, because, you know, it may be so easy for them to hold Betsy to a higher standard than others. So we talk about standards a lot, so we want to hold ourselves to that high standard, but they've got to also work out where that is relative. And as you referred to, there is a revised escalation and intervention framework being published with another level. It'd be interesting to see how that comes in. And there have been other organisations in Wales escalating. There's not much sign of de-escalating going on. I would say so. You know, again, you know, let's improve. Let's see the impact. Let's see the outcomes, and then into next year, very determined that we have a joined up approach. And what we've learned, I think, from special measures is the way in which we've managed the actions, the evidence, the tracking will be something we need to take through into the wider planning. We've learnt a lot. We learnt some things about don't overpromise and underdeliver, because some things take longer than others if you're going to truly engage people in something, rather than rush to do. Feel that we've ticked that off, but then it's not embedding. If I may just ask questions.
Yeah, broadly that. I mean, if you think about taking stock, you could take stock in terms of where have we come as an organisation and in the changes in the services that we deliver. There's also something though about taking stock of what have we learnt in doing that and going through that process, and how does that then inform everything else that we do. And in that regard, certainly my team have continued to spend a lot of time thinking and reflecting upon what could we do differently if we continued along this journey, and what lessons are there elsewhere, and in terms of how we report through, in terms of the standards to which we assure ourselves before then sharing data. That all feeds through into lots of other things that we do in the organisation, whether it be learning from incidents through to how we manage big projects. So we have captured that. We've shared it with colleagues in Welsh Government, who I have to say actually have been really good at coming alongside us and helping us to deal with some of those areas of learning, and have then gone on to share that with other organisations who, as Carol says, are now experiencing heightened escalation too. Very happy to share them through workshop as well, around this table.
Diolch yn iawn. Felly, ydyn ni yn hapus i...
Thank you very much. Are we happy to approve that report and to approve those items, change management and adaptations? Are you all happy to approve that report? Thank you very much. And with that then, we'll move on to the next item, item 2.2, governance report, corporate governance. Turning to Phil then. And
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will be as succinct as I can. There's three elements to the report. There's the corporate governance arrangements, which I just want to kind of pull some key points to Chair, if I can. We've touched briefly on corporate risk register and board assurance framework. I'm going to give a quick update on that, and very briefly just seek endorsement ratification on the Chair's action since the last meeting. So the corporate governance arrangements, since at the last meeting of the board, you were provided with an update on corporate governance arrangements to support the committee and advisory groups of the board. So just a quick reminder, we've now established, due to the successful appointment of independent members, 8 board committees and 3 advisory groups, some of which are new and had an inaugural meeting. So since the last board meeting, there have been meetings with the chair and exec leads of each of the committees to develop a draft terms of reference for the which are received here for the board to approve. I think to use Carol's words, it's been challenging and exciting in terms of time scale for the chairs and exec leads in terms of getting this prepared. So they're here before you for your approval. So I want to, that's the main item really in this section. I want to seek your approval on. And then there's for noting an initial cycle of business for the year 2024-25 for the board to note, not to approve. So I'll stop there, Chair.
Thank you very much. Everybody happy to approve that? Gareth?
I think there is a huge amount of work gone into this, and I think the substance seems fine. I think Rhian and I have both had the same reflection that there's probably a little bit of tidying up that can be done, and I think between us we're quite happy, Phil. If you don't take it the wrong way, but just to help you sort of make sure that all the bullet points we've got the right sort of start. So they're really pernickety points, but after all, these are very formal documents, and it's very.
Definitely, no, that's a good idea. If anybody has anything else to add, just email Phil, please, on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, that's great. So I'm asking you to note the cycle of business as well. So just key thing to pull out, Chair, I think, is that we've had inaugural meetings for what's now called the People and Culture Committee, Planning, Population Health and Partnerships Committee, and the Mental Health Legislation Committee. And all of those have resulted in an inaugural meeting taking place since the last board meeting, which is really encouraging. Now got our governance up and running, which is a really good link to Chris's special measures paper. This is a special measures objective, so it is key. I just want you to note that cycles of business, will change. They are slightly a live document, if you like. They are going to be amended. Those three new committees, or re-established committees in particular, are committed to having a committee development session where further work will be reviewed around the cycle of business and work programme of that committee. I just wanted to note that. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to do just the introduction to the Corporate Risk Register and Board Assurance Framework together. So I won't go into this in the detail I was going to, because I think we've had an introduction to it in the last item, really, and I know that Carol might be keen to come in with some thoughts that we discussed in the executive team around how we manage risks more effectively. But the reports in appendix, it's appendix 3 on page 66 is where the detail is. But in the paper itself is a summary of the key corporate risks and the key board assurance framework risks. I think the reflection on writing the report and discussing it with independent member colleagues since I've written the report is that the board assurance framework in particular will benefit from a focus on having clearer strategic objectives, which I know that we are very keen and committed to doing as part of the planning process. So I would like to identify that. We do have to produce a board assurance framework. It's a requirement to do so. And our audit colleagues will soon tell us if we were doing it. So it is important that it's here today, but we do have to append it to our strategic priorities that are in the annual plan. So I will leave it at that, if I may, and then any questions.
Thank you very much.
The other item on Chair's Act.
Oh, but sorry, Chair. Yeah, I will very briefly, if I can. So since the last board meeting, there's been 2 Chair's actions that have been taken. One was in relation to Welsh Government funded discretionary capital allocations, and that was taken on the 28th of December. The second was related to the approval of pay agreements during industrial action in line with NHS Wales guidance received by all health boards and health organisations. Both of those Chair's actions were well engaged with by independent members and officers alike, exec team members alike. Very detailed, comprehensive notes have been made and recorded, and they're here really for the board to have got full view of it and can be gratified.
Great. Diolch yn iawn, Phil. And just on
Phil.
Actions worth noting that's those are Chair's actions that have been taken for the first time, and the reasoning is because of the timescales before it wasn't possible to bring anything before the board, but we took a bit of a hybrid approach. You can take a Chair's action where the Chair can consult with a number of IMs and ask people to sign it off, but we did hold a meeting where everybody was available and then took the Chair's action. So it was quite a broad approach, despite not bringing it to board. But so that's important that we know that, I think. So diolch yn iawn, Phil, am yr adroddiad ar y gwaith.
Thank you, Phil, for the report on that work. Any questions? Claire, first of all, and then Gareth.
I still think we're really confused about the difference between board assurance framework and register, because there are still elements that are repeated in both. And I think the development of our medium-term plan and our core priorities is then going to help us to do a whole refresh of what's included in the BAP and what's in the corporate risk register. And I think the climate that all public sector organisations are working in is high risk at the moment, and therefore the whole principle around risk management is that these are really useful tools for officers and for board to understand what the key risks are and what we're doing to manage and mitigate them. And yet when I read this, it feels like it's a process, not that it's a useful document for the organisation in managing and mitigating risk wherever we can. So it feels like it's a document that people have to fill in when it's the board. And actually, when you look at it, it hasn't been updated by some service leads in areas. And I think we've got timescales for when the risk at the current rate is going to be able to be mitigated down that are quite unrealistic, with some really long-term things around population health and things where we've got a date of March 24. So I think I know how much time we as a board and the office team have spent on this, but I think we've still got a fair way to go. So I have got a number of individual points, but I won't make them. I'll kind of stick at the kind of higher level for here. And I just think we have to get to a place where people really value this, use it on a day-to-day basis. When something changes in their area, they're updating the document. It isn't just a document that you pull together for the board. So I hope that.
Great. I know Carol will have something to say about that, and I'll bring you in, Gareth in, but just to add to it, and then I'll bring you in at the end, Carol, is I wonder if we got this in the right sequence where we're getting reports saying, okay, these are risk risk mitigation, but do we as a board then need committees to look at that in detail and give us the assurance that it's actually working?
Yes.
So it seems to be information for us.
Yeah.
But it's not assurance.
I think
we should turn it the other way. I think it feels a bit like that.
Also, I think there's two levels, because I think actually we shouldn't be at board, particularly on the BAF. I think the recommendations is to note it. I think we ought to be confirming whether or not we are assured that we've identified the right risks and that we're managing them effectively.
Yeah. Okay, so give some thought to that, please. So Rhian, Gareth, and then Carol, if you've got anything to say also.
Mine is just a general plea, sticking my head above the parapet. I don't understand a lot of this. And I'm going to say the same with Russ's finance stuff. I don't understand it. And if I'm trying to be seeing it from the point of view of our population, a member of the public, does a member of the public understand the risk scoring mechanism? Or is it just to think of a number? We all talk about, we know what a risk of 20 is. Well, do we really? But does the person in the street know what that is? I mean, the heat maps look lovely. They're very pretty, but I'm not getting anything out of it that means anything to a person who I might be sitting next to in a doctor's surgery. So I think it's just, I'm losing, getting lost in the detail. And I'm just wondering how it can be more meaningful and useful and supremely relevant in the way that Claire is describing, really. It's not a process with little tick boxes, and putting something like population health and health inequalities on a heat map, it doesn't tell me what that actually means in relation to real action and impacts on real people. So I think it's just a general plea to make it more accessible to everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Bring Gareth in, then I'll ask Carol and Bill to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that, I think there is a huge amount of work gone into this, and I think we're sort of getting there, but I absolutely get what Rhian says. And I think perhaps on that we could do with help from Audit Wales and internal audit, just to sort of help us make sure that what we are doing, and I think it probably is, but recognises good practice from elsewhere. So well, that's a nice one for you. So on my main point, I think you stole my thunder, David, which was basically to say that I think it's difficult to wrestle with this at the board level, the whole lot. So I do think the committees need to do some of the heavy lifting, and then it's for the committees really to say in their report to the board, and by the way, on risk, please look at this and this, rather than having perhaps a portmanteau version in it. And I will, at the risk of trying people's patience, but there are a couple of specifics I would like to raise because I think that perhaps they also illustrate it. So, in the BAF SP16, which is the one about governance. Do we really think the risk of not having sufficient governance is still a 4? Because actually we're in the process of recruiting the final batch of IMs. We know that the timescales are now in place for those interviews. I mean, that may not be in public knowledge, but they are happening fairly shortly. So, you know, that seemed to me we might want to question that and possibly de-escalate it slightly, because it's focused pretty much on the, you know, having the bodies and the appropriate bodies. And then on the, I mean, this is really putting my head above the parapet talking about that. On CRR 2405, which is the one basically about overspends, we're saying it's 5, which is almost certain. Does that still fit in with the finance view, which things are improving and we're still working towards? Admittedly, the goalposts have changed, but we were still, at the last time, our formal position vis-a-vis the Welsh Government is that we will achieve the 33 million, which is now what we set as a budget. So I just wondered about the consistency of that. And the final thing, which is a very small point, but I will make because I think it's important, is on the risk appetite, where I think we did a lot of really good work, which I wasn't particularly involved with because I coincided with some leave, which I think is really good, because I think we do need to recognise that we can't be risk averse about everything. But there's just the description of people, which is how we'll be perceived by the public and our partners, I think is probably just a typo. I think it's just been taken over from the previous one. So if we could just correct that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. And those 2 examples that you highlighted maybe serve as to remind us that it's very much a live document, isn't it? And it needs to reflect changes in situations and progress and so on, so that that document reflects what we've been told in other reports too. But Phil, if you've got any comments before I bring Carol in. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, just in response to Gareth's point about the board assurance framework risk around governance, just on the overall assessment on page 22, we do kind of assess that if the above deliverables are put in place, then a score of 12 could be achieved by March. It's just buried away, and it should have just needs to shout out a bit more, Gareth. But we had that discussion, I think I'm right in saying, Karen, the audit committee, when I presented this in November, that we do feel there's a degree of confidence perhaps in proposing a reduction in score on that one. In terms of, just very quickly on Rhiannon's point, I completely agree with your feedback, Rhiannon and Claire. I feel it, and I get the feedback from the team and from independent members. I don't disagree with anything you said, and I know Carol want to talk about some next steps there. But there is some immediate things that I'm leading on, which I think will be helpful, but they're not the total answer. As part of the risk management framework, there's 4 levels of training that we've developed and got ready for a February launch. And one of those, the 4th level, the highest level, is for training and development for board members. So, you know, we are going to put that in place. We did a quick pilot with one of the independent members. I won't embarrass the person. Last Friday, I think they found it useful, and they've given us some feedback, which I think will be helpful for us in terms of delivering it to the rest of the board. We have now identified an oversight, if I use that word, board committee and exec lead for each of the BAF risks and corporate risk registers. So your proposals around the committees, we're ready to do that, and we've started to do that, but much more to be done. And I'll leave it to that.
Do you want to, Carol, to sort of summarise and how we go forward with this? Sorry, Caroline first.
Just before that, you know, I'm still relatively new to the board, and I think this sound framework that is still evolving. I certainly agree with the points that Claire made about difference between the risk elements and the business board assurance framework. The one thing I would like to see in the cover reports moving forward is a summary of movements. So are there some new risks that we need to be aware of that weren't previously in the risk register? Are there some risks that are now mitigated to the extent that we don't need to be monitoring them so closely anymore? And what is the movement? Are some escalating? Are some that are there that are getting worse? But also good news where some things are improving as well. So that's the sort of summary I would like to see in the cover paper. That is, it's a long document, and I haven't got a problem with that. It's for me to go into it to look for the detail I need. But some sort of a summary, a short summary in the covering report, I would find helpful.
Thank you. Great. Carol, to sum up, please.
Great. It's really good as the accountable officer to hear people talking about risk. Look, let's be frank about this. We are at the foothills of the development here, and you're absolutely right. A lot of work going on. We approved the framework in September. We are only 4 months beyond that, so there is a lot to do. It's not just the framework at the board, but all the sort of things that sit under the bonnet. So a couple of specific comments in relation to that. So when I arrived here, it felt like the organisation, when it was thinking about risk, was in the risk identification space, not in the risk management space per se. So we've got that move to make there. I think we need to be very clear. I'll come back to Bath, but very clear that the audit committee has a role in policy, system and process. So we need to assure Karen and her committee of that. And then the individual board committees having oversight of the specific risks. Just on ownership for a moment, this item is under the Director of corporate governance, but this is for every single executive director to be able to speak to their risks because they're responsible for managing. And that's when I think we're getting a bit more mature, is when everyone is in that space to enable that maturity to happen. Phil and I have been discussing, we had a great discussion, I think it was last week's execs around this, how we're going to put some particular sprint sessions in to help us get ready for that step change improvement. I completely agree about a lot of detail. I'm used to having a dashboard at a glance so that you can see on a side, what's going up, what's going down. And exactly as Caroline said, cover a report, but actually us having the discussion about whether we think that's right as a board.
Yeah.
And we have very, my experience previously, very rich discussions about that. Have we done enough to mitigate this action? What more could we do? What if we put more money in? What if we didn't? And all of those sorts of things. So I think there's that to do. And then the BAF, I think that we've been trying to see the BAF, perhaps corporate risk register and BAF, whereas the board assurance framework should be much more aligned to our 3-year plan. And that is it's a bit like a delivery confidence assessment. Can we deliver the strategic objectives we've set, and what will get in the way of us achieving that? And that's the sort of conversation we're now having. So quite a lot of work to do to try and get us ready for the new financial year. Karen and I hoping to catch up on some of this. I know audit committees clearly working very hard on this. I don't know if Karen would want to comment, Chair, actually.
If I may. Karen, do you want to comment?
Gave you away.
You can give me away. It's just to sort of just put a little bit of context, really, because obviously there's been 4 of us who've been here since February, and to look at this February almost, and to see the journey that we've made and the progress that has made, we shouldn't belittle that by, by not having that corporate history. So for me, we're making great strides, but we are still very immature. But we are a lot further on than we have been. So it's just to recognise the efforts that have been made by the team. It's still another hurdle to jump over, but we are moving in the right direction at least. I think just for everyone to recognise that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Great.
Yeah, good point.
Can I just come back? Sorry, I know I've spoken once, but it's a thought that's been triggered by that discussion. And we had a discussion yesterday, David, about how can we make the performance discussion, we're coming on to that, more real, where we actually not just note the issues, but we actually get into discussing, well, what are we going to do about it then? Yeah. And I think what we suggested then, and perhaps I don't know, I know that it's complicated with James, we could align these two things, because what we talked about was perhaps we should have a focus. We obviously need to receive the whole of the performance report, but at each board meeting we have a focus on a particular issue, whether it's urgent and emergency care, or whether it's planned care, or whether it's mental health, primary care. But we could have in a cycle of business and focus on this, and we could then bring together both the performance and the risk. And then as to managing the rest of the risks, that's we look to the committee reports to bring forward specific things outside that cycle that they want us as a board to consider. So can we just think about that just as a way of doing business? I mean, by all means, shoot me down now if people don't agree with that, or come back to Phil, because but I think that would be a good way of, because otherwise we will just not discuss the fundamentals. We just sort of, oh yes, okay, noted it.
Well, I think it's an excellent idea because we did take advantage of a train journey yesterday, didn't we? To have some thoughts about that. But I think the suggestion is then that will bring the whole agenda of risk alive to us, and that's the problem with it. Is there's a tremendous amount of detail, some great work being done, but what does it mean at the end of the day? It'll only mean anything if you tie it into what is happening at service level. So that was the thinking.
And after all, we don't necessarily need to structure all our reports around who is the lead executive for what thing, because taking Carol's point, we are collectively responsible, and each executive director has responsibility for bits within each performance and risks.
Okay, so anything to add, Carol, and then there's something to leave there for the team and maybe exec team to think about it going forward. How can we present things in a way that will be more meaningful?
Well, thanks again for the contributions. And Karen, you're absolutely right. We're moving along. And although we're impatient, we are actually moving forward. We're not going backwards on this. So I think there's a bit of an acceleration now because we've got the start of the new year coming, where we'll make a bit more of a step change on this. Certainly, we've got to make those joins and connections. So Gareth, performance is a core part. Wider assurances are another part that we can draw in. So we'll take that away and give that some thought, if that's okay, Chair.
Great. Everybody
happy, therefore, to approve that report, and thank you for the work. Everybody happy with the recommendations, please? Are we? Thank you very much. So on we go to the next item, 2.3.
Reports, I think, about the updated register of approved clinicians. So over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. And it is indeed a regular report that comes to every board. Happy to take any questions, but the report is there to note the contents and to look for formal ratifications of the approvals that I've made since the last board, in line with the 2018 directions under subsidiary to the 1983 Mental Health Act, which is a function we carry out for the Welsh health boards and organisations.
Great.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? No. Everybody happy, therefore, to approve the report and recommendations, please? Everyone happy? Thank you very much. And thank you for that report. On we go then to the next item. Item 3.1. First of all, turning to you, Russ.
The month 9 finance capital and savings report.
Thank you, members. I take on note the report is fairly detailed and gives some clear summary messages. But what I'll do is, if I may, just take members through the highlights for each of those sections. So the first one is just to note on the revenue outturn. So we signed off a 134 million deficit plan at commencement of the financial year. We have received £101 million from the Welsh Government through the revised settlement process, which moves our position to a £33 million planned deficit. So that is what we signed up to at the start of the year. We continue to forecast to deliver that £33 million deficit position to close of the financial year. And we have in doing so mitigated some significant cost pressures that have materialised during the financial year to get there. What I will say is the Welsh Government have issued us a control target of 20 million. We are not attaining that £20 million control target. We do have non-recurrent income, significant sums of non-recurrent income that are based upon making progress towards that control target. And we are in negotiation with Welsh Government just to confirm that a £33 million deficit and what we've said we would do at the start of the year effectively is making sufficient progress towards that control target so that we can then secure that resource so into the new financial year. And indeed, some of those allocations non-recurrently have been made available to us into the new year as part of the allocation settlement. But we haven't secured them recurrently yet, just because that wording is a little bit loose for us, helpfully actually, because if it was definitive, then we wouldn't be able to have those conversations. In terms of how we've got there and really looking at December's performance, so you'll see the trajectories in the report. We started off with a £5 million run rate risk as we've gone through the year. That has deteriorated and closed. December is the first month that we have actually received more income than we've actually had expenditure. The £6 million surplus in month is a little bit flattering because we have had some one-off balance sheet movements, provisions released effectively in months. So about £5 million of that performance is due to fortuitous gain. But that still means there's a circa £1.5 to £2 million worth of underspend in month of December. So that's a really positive aspect to the report. And again, as I've said earlier, this is the first time we've actually started to erode the accumulated deficit for the year, which was at last time's meeting 25 million and is now 19 million. So that moves us closer to where we need to be at the close of the financial year. It gives us some assurance, of course, that those measures are working.
Yeah.
A key part of that is the savings delivery. So I know we talked a fair bit about this through committees as we've gone through the year. We have now gone beyond the initial plan target of 25.2 million in savings. That's now 25.6. So we have achieved our savings threshold target for the year, which again is a real positive movement from where we were at commencement. And that has clearly helped us in terms of delivering our financial position. And what I will say is in the detail report, you'll see some variance movement. There is a significant positive variance. That's where some of those allocations, i.e. the £7 million from elective recovery, and also the fortuitous gains that we get through balance sheet release, which includes energy provisions and also any provisions we've made for further charges that don't materialise, they all get reversed into that position. So that will include, say, for example, in month, that £5 million movement. So that hopefully gives some assurance around that modelling. In terms of the risks, obviously, we still carry risks going into the close of the financial year. So we've already mentioned quite a lot about the unplanned care pressures and emergency pressures that we are experiencing. And also, of course, we've had a strike, which has driven costs into the position. So we need to just be mindful of those risks as we move forward with the close. I was going to say 3 months to go, but 3 months to go from a financial perspective, 10 weeks to go from a reality perspective, I guess. So those are the risks and the inbuilt risks as we move forward. If I can just touch on capital, if I may, Chair, just to emphasise, we touched on the Chair's action. We did receive 3 significant allocations, circa £500,000 for emergency care, 1.2 million for additional digital investment, and 2.4 million circa for diagnostic equipment, essential replacements. So we have secured a fairly chunky additional resource, and those resources are now in the position. We're targeting about 25.7 million, which I've rounded it differently, so it sounds different to the savings delivery, but it's 25.7 million targeted position. We are about £50,000 over committed, but we believe we'll manage that through the year end. So there's a low risk to delivery now within the capital programme, although it is a low value for the size of the estate that we're trying to service. And then just finally, if I may, just on cash, just to say we did request £50 million worth of support. That underwrote our deficit position plus our balance sheet mitigations that we're putting forward. And there is about circa £14 million of those. So that won't be cash backed. And there is some risk still built into the system. We've remained our position requesting the £50 million. Welsh Government have confirmed to us verbally that they only have the 20 million. They can only cover what is effectively the control target that's issued to the Health Board. We are still in conversations and they are to formally write to us to articulate what that position will end up being. But there is the whole of Welsh Government finances, and I don't believe there are sufficient resources. So what we are doing in the background is working up how we would manage through working capital that level of cash distress, which sounds substantial, but actually £20 million on a £2.3 billion organisation, circa £200 million a month we spend. So we should be able to manage that through our working balances, but it may impact on our public sector payment practice results. So just to be mindful of all of those, please, Chair, and happy to take any questions.
Great. Well, many thanks, Rustin. Thanks to the team. Tremendous amount of work over the last few months with this important agenda, and we're really grateful to everybody for all their efforts. It makes a difference, huge difference, undoubtedly. Right, intro questionnaire.
Any questions? Ria, first of all.
Yeah, thank you, Russ. I think your explanation helped me because, again, there's a lot of it I don't understand. I've never really grasped what a run rate is, for example, and how run rate expenditure reductions are not budget adjusting. Well, it sounds like a different language to me. But that's my bad, obviously, but I think it was very helpful the way you explained. I suppose bottom line, the question really for me is, are we likely to meet the target, which means that the non-recurrent funding becomes recurrent? I mean, that's the big question, isn't it? You know, how likely, what are the odds on that? You were a betting person.
Hold that for a minute. Well, he's not a betting bird. He's not allowed to be. With the budget. The answer to the shortfall is 20 million on that. A double or quits. Hold that. Well, I'm asking this for some questions as well, Rustin, that you can come back to some of them. Claire.
It's good to see that we are making positive progress, and it feels that we're making progress because we've got much tighter control around spend in the organisation, which we actually needed to have to head towards these year-end targets with a degree of confidence. So I guess I've got a question about how prepared are we for some of the transformational change we need to make around what we spend our money on, because actually it does feel this year it's been about controlling spend on the current things rather than transformation, and that's where we need to get to around improving health of the population and working to the budgets that we have set for us. It's great to see that things like agency spend are coming down. That's really positive, really positive. Much better patient experience, and we've got a greater degree of our own workforce. So some really good things to see. I guess two things, and I don't know the answer to these, but two of the big areas of overspend is CHC and drugs. How much control do we have over CHC? I don't know. That's why I'd like to understand that better. And in terms of drugs, is it about what people get prescribed, and is there a lot of flexibility to treat my ailments with something cheaper and get the best outcomes? And what are we doing around that, if that's the case? Because they are some really big areas to spend, in addition to the IHCs, of course, being the areas where we've got some of the biggest challenges around spending in our budgets.
Okay, thanks. I'll bring it others in.
Might not be able to answer about CHC and drugs, but I'm sure other people.
No, there's a bit of debate going on about that amongst some of us, so that's a good, be interesting question for Carol to come back on, maybe. Gareth and then Karen.
So a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I think there is real progress here, and I do want to. It's not. I mean, I don't want to undermine Russ, but it's not just for us. You know, people under me are really working hard on this, and I think there is as positive news. And I particularly, like you, noted the agency costs and thought, yes, that's really, along with reducing the temporary staffing costs, the interims. Those are small things, but they're really important things. I just I'm gonna go where whatever it is where angels fools rush in and sort of talk to Rian's point. I think there are two parts. This one is a sort of financial one, one's a political one. So the financial reality is, I mean, and Russ will contradict me if I'm wrong, I think we still think it's realistic to get to the 33 million. It looks a lot, doesn't it? We're still like 11 million over that. So we've made, i.e. the remaining 3 months, we've got to keep in budget, and we've also got to erode that 11 million. But you do have to think that that's 11 million, and in 3 months we spend £500 million. So, you know, it doesn't seem, when you look at it in that context, it doesn't sound like an impossible task. Then we've got things like the, you know, industrial action and so forth, so that throws stuff out. But I think, and Russell will tell me if I'm wrong, I think there's a degree of quiet confidence we can get to the 33, but whether we get below that, and certainly you probably can't get to the 20 million. And then the political question hits in is, you know, how much the Welsh government really think that all the health boards are going to achieve their stretch targets. And I think that probably they're not. So I think if we can get even a little bit under the 33, I suspect we will look in quite a good position. But I would like, and I bear in mind this is a public meeting, so maybe Russ can't say too much, but it would be interesting to know what he picks up about the other health boards, because my impression is that, as I said, probably nobody's going to get to their stretch target, and quite a few of them, I think, are going to struggle to get to their original budgeted target. So, you know, I think not over optimistic, but I think there's a quiet optimism that if we can get down to that 33 million or just below it, we may be look in a reasonably good position. I did want to ask just a couple of particular points. There's this wonderful thing that's other budgets in the same, which has got a massive surplus of where we say we're 18 million under budget. So I mean, I don't know. I don't clear a thing. I'm not really sure what that hides. So it'd be interesting to know that, because, you know, are those good savings or are they bad savings? So basically they're underspending on things we ought to be spending on, although it's fortuitous that we're not, if you see what I mean. And I do want to pick up the point that Claire made about, and it was what I raised in the minutes, about how I know, you know, it must feel like a mountain trying to climb this year, but I know you are doing work, Russell, and your colleagues, and with colleagues across the organisation, about efficiency savings next year, and picking up that point about how comfortable are you that we're on track there, and indeed perhaps improving our performance in terms of those being more about transformation rather than, you know, sort of pressing down on budgets, just good tight budget management. So just one last thing I will say, because it's just we don't talk enough about primary care, and I'm really interested in what we can do about managed practices, because there are issues there about, one of the reasons they are overspending, my understanding is that they're very, you know, quite reliant still on agencies, and there's something is, I mean, I know it's very complicated, I know that much, but there's something sort of going wrong, because we know there are lots of fairly newly qualified GPs who don't want to manage their own practice, they don't want GMS contracts. So what are we doing wrong? Bearing in mind that often why we've got managed practices, because the practices have failed in some way. But I think there's a real opportunity there, not necessarily to make savings, but certainly to work within budgets, but to use those budgets more cleverly. And I'm only at the very, very start of thinking about that, but I do think we've got to work quite hard on that.
Gareth.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Right. Thank you.
Just a couple of things from me. Just to note that the audit committee received assurance around the improvement in the financial control and compliance with regulations, particularly in relation to single tender waivers and those ad hoc expenditure items, which have decreased dramatically since the team have got a real good grip on that. So there is progress in the right direction there with the team. And then the other one is just more an observation and on what Russ said a few moments ago around we might have a cash issue, and we might fall foul of our public sector payment policy. And it's a plea to ask staff to look at, if we do end up in that situation, to be mindful of those that can afford to be paid late and those that can't. So third sector partners, local businesses who providing services for us who need that cash flow. We need to make sure that, you know, we don't detriment them as opposed to a local authority body that possibly has got a good cash reserve. So it's just to be mindful of that if we are making judgments around who can go beyond 30 days or however long it is.
Okay, Mike?
Yorkshire. I suppose all of us have got an anxiety, you know, the current sort of adverse position. We've got 3 months to get that right. So I don't think anyone's expecting you to pull rabbits out of your hat, but say that we get close to month 12 and we're not there. Do we have any measures that can be added in? I'm mindful, I was an NHS budget holder some time ago, and I vividly remember this time of year being encouraged to spend what was left in the pot. It's actually harder to spend a budget than argue for it sometimes, having gained that. So people, you know, laptops would be ordered in the last month and that sort of thing. It's the same in universities, just to reassure you. Do we have any way of, you know, is that a last resort spending control, clawing back unspent monies in individual budgets? I agree with Rhiannon. I don't understand this very well, and that's probably a naive suggestion, but do you have a sort of plan B when we hit month 11, 12 for extra tightening, please?
Okay. Mike. Dylan, Tina.
Thank you, Mike, and you, Dylan, you next, and then we will. Thank you.
Really, you know, one of the challenges for us as execs that we need to come back on the 3 items we just had is how we combine those things. So I'm very conscious of the fact that what we have had to do this year, in some cases, is take quite draconian measures at times around the budget without necessarily thinking about the impact onto next year and the year after and our strategic direction. So I think we do need to think about how we join up the bath, finance and planning and look at them in the whole. So just to make that really, I think that's a challenge that we as execs need to take on.
Yeah, very good point. And just to add to some of the comments that have been made, if you can maybe share with us this work that has gone on. I mean, some of it has been quite radical, should we say, or draconian, depending on your interpretation. It's because of the financial situation of the public sector. I wonder if you could share with us any learning that we've had in the way that has acted out amongst our staff, you know, and their response to it, and perhaps ways that have gone really well and some ways where it hasn't gone so well, and how we can improve things. That would be really helpful, given that the picture for finances over the next, I don't know how many years, is going to be similar. So it's important that we take any learning and adjust accordingly. So lots of comments, lots of questions. I'm going to ask you two to sort out between both of you how are you going to respond to that then.
Let's take some of the more technical and I'll take some of the more organisational. Does that sound okay, Russ? I don't know, but you know,
We'll
sort it out.
Great.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, I agree with Gareth's analogy in terms of Rhiannon's question. So I think he set the scene. The reality is, though, we're not looking to take that money out. In a sense, we're looking to just keep ourselves. So we'll put the £14 million balance sheet effectively against our current normalised deficit. So we have to find £5 million for the rest of the year and just make sure our expenditure and our income remain aligned for those 3 months to get to the close of the financial year to £33 million as a deficit plan. So that's what we effectively need to do to get there. And it's within our grasp to do so, and we've demonstrated that through December's position. However, January may be a tough month. I think Claire's point, as well as Gareth's earlier question around what have we got for recurrent savings going into the new financial year, sort of align. And the reality is we've got these cost control mechanisms in place. And I think that as a board, we'll need to be assured that we do a transformational piece of work that delivers a savings and gives us assurance around delivery of those savings. And there'll be a key conversation for us around when we release that control mechanism as to when we get assured over those levels. We are developing a programme for transformational savings. It will link in with the value and sustainability work that Welsh Government are doing. Ironically, that does cover, it covers workforce, clinical variation, non-paid medicines, and continuing healthcare. Two of the latter, of course, are the ones that you just highlighted, and they are significant pressures for us. I would say we have three main cost drivers. That is the level of emergency care that's driving our numbers of beds that are open, and we need to understand where we can improve on flow and therefore reduce those costs. These two other work streams, there's quite a national focus on, and all health boards are struggling. So continuing healthcare, there's a real pressure out there for the actual providers, and so health boards are being forced along that line because they are a resource we have to use, unfortunately, to move patients through on flow. So we are working, but what we are doing is assessing the care packages that are discharged with. So individuals who are discharged with a care package. That might not necessarily be what they need once they're out in the community and feel a bit less disorientated. And so understanding whether that cost is true or not and what care packages are out there for those individuals is a piece of work that's ongoing. Medicines management, we're quite advanced in terms of Lois is really leading that and driving that forward for us. We've really moved, and we are nationally reported on a significant move for biosimilar use. Biosimilar are effectively the drugs that have come out of patent, so they're a lot cheaper, but do the same thing. So we've made a dramatic shift to those, but there's more work to do, mainly around prescribing, but also limiting choice around secondary drugs. And that work is ongoing as part of those work streams. But we need to develop those work streams and get that reporting mechanism. That will give us the transformational savings, and that will give us as a board a level of assurance that we can then stop these cost control measures going forwards, just to see how we can get sustainable actually in a really coherent way. And of course, it's really important to emphasise the value and sustainability is not about delivery of financial benefit. The financial benefit is the byproduct. We are enabling patients to be discharged instead of keeping them in hospitals, which is not good for them. So we're doing the right thing for the patients, which then has a byproduct of a financial efficiency. So making sure all of that is correct is really important for us, and there's a lot of work to do around that to give the board assurance as we sign the plan of going into the new year. I would say the 18 million, we will give PFIG an analysis of that, so you can dive into it. But it is essentially the balance sheet, the one-offs, the energy provision. They're all recycling back into that pot. So it's not really trading performance, so we've kept that separate. But and then there's underspends really through corporate areas actually, which traditionally do underspend, so it's not unusual for that to happen. But we'll share that detail through. The cash management, absolutely, Karen, really important actually. So when we take the strategy together, I think we'll share that through members so that people are clear, and it will be a targeted strategy looking at individual organisations that we are indebted to make sure that we can carry that cash over and not disadvantage our local population and local suppliers. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you look at it, I've been in this place before, so I've had to do that piece of work before. We're hopeful that we can sort of meet halfway with Welsh Government. So they haven't formally written to us yet saying the 20 million is all we can underwrite. We are asking them to do so, but we are building that supplier list in the background, and we'll absolutely share that with members just to make sure that's really targeted at the right areas. And then finally, really from me, just in terms of the learning, I think it's really important that people understand that there isn't any other money coming through, and there's a real benefit for the health board in terms of securing that non-recurrent resource into a recurrent baseline. And demonstrating the level of investment that has happened over the past 3 years within the health board, and that key reason as to why we want to make these changes in the short term. I think we'll engage the workforce. What I will say is that going through the organisation, because of the layers within the organisation, that message has taken time to effectively get through to the front line as well. And of course, it's the front line who write the checks. So possibly having that greater engagement at an earlier point is really really a necessity.
Yeah.
And making sure that everyone is very clear and supportive of the message as to why we're doing this and understanding of why we're doing it.
Yeah.
I think that's the real lesson. It just took quite a long time to percolate through the organisation, that's all. And we did have some really good wider senior leadership and also wider organisational development sessions where we did get some really good feedback from some clinicians around, we get it, we understand why we're doing it.
Yeah.
And that's a massive difference. If we can get that engagement earlier, I think that's really important for us.
Great, that's really helpful. Carol, over
Yeah,
to you to summarise.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to deal with this issue of not understanding the reports. We don't expect board members to be accountants, apart from a couple. We do actually expect you to be accountants. But if there is something about translating this into non-accountant speak. So if I just summarise the non-accountant speak just for a moment. So because members of the public be interested in this, because this is affecting how we provide public services. So at the start of the year, we opened a £134 million deficit plan. Not good.
Not good.
Savings were very low. And so the aim was to increase the savings, which has been done, which is very good. Same as every other health board, really off track and, probably not that unsurprising, given the wider issues in the economy. So we had £101 million given to us conditionally. So it's not ours in the bag that we can always rely on. That took us to obviously 134 minus 101. God, I feel like they're looking at me like that. To get to 33. If we deliver 33, that's what we set out to deliver in the beginning of the year. But I'm going to just say we didn't have a great plan to get to that. So what we've been able to do in the year, and this is in year, it's like putting a handbrake on a car or cancelling the credit card. So you have to stop spending money that was an in-year benefit. That is not long-term. No. That is not the way we want to do things in the medium term or the long term. But it has helped us to do a couple of things. One is it's clearly helped because month 9 has come down, and I can't stress how important a month that is for us. We can do this as an organisation, but it's been quite hard. I'll come back to learning. But it does mean that we have got a problem because the Welsh Government said you need to land at 20 million and we're likely to land at 33. So we have got to manage some of that. We're not the only health board. There's another 2 health boards, I think, at this stage. Things change. So we've got to push on that. In terms of next year, so Claire's question about how ready for transformational change are we? And I want to just link back to the couple of the items we've discussed about risk. We'll come on to performance, on patient experience, citizen experience. We're not yet match fit for the challenges that we've got. And that's the thing, we've got to get match fit on that. We'll discuss later how we get more match fit and move forward. And Russ has talked about the value and sustainability work. Thanks to Karen to recognise the controls are improving. I think that's really important. But we're not there yet. And that's the link back to the risk item where governance. I think we have to be a bit cautious about putting governance down in the risk register yet, because there's still an awful lot for us to do. And Gareth, hopefully, because I didn't answer your last question about the finance risk, we will see we're still holding a lot of finance risk, including the cash risk, which I agree with. So we've done a lot of draconian or tightening or whatever you really want to call it. And I think the learning is 3 things for me. One is we started at this position a couple of months ago. Is this quality or money? It's got to be both. And we've been working on trying to get that message across. The culture of expecting more money to come. we'll be working on that, very clear messages, and I'm very pleased with the way in which our most senior leaders in the organisation are understanding this and starting to take that into account. So a bit like Mike's spending it all at the end of the year, that's a culture that we need to move away from. And then the final thing is we have a lot of money. We have over £2 billion, £500 million increase since before the pandemic. 2017-18, I go back to the reference year. 18-19. We've got a lot of money. It's about how we use that to improve value for people. So that would be my sort of overview, really, if that's okay, Chair.
And out of all this can come that financial discipline we're talking about. And it's not about, saying you can't spend money. It's about linking investment and expenditure with outcomes. That's what it's about. And all activity should underpin that. Right, we've had a very good discussion. So, pawb yn hapus I dderbyn.
Everybody happy to approve that report and receive that, and thank you for the work that's happening. Thank you very much. And could I thank colleagues in Llais, you need to leave now. Thank you very much all for the work on that report. We are running late. We're not far from being 15 minutes late. So on we go to item 3.2, integrated performance report. And once again, we've received the paper. We won't need to read it, but just any matters. Is there anything you want to highlight first, please?
Report. Integrated performance report. Yeah, great.
Diolch, Chair. Yes, so if I may just take a few moments to introduce it, and then I'll hand over to colleagues and they'll take you through relevant sections, just a brief highlight from each one. So first of all, the report is still under development, of course. So we recently signed off and supported our performance framework, and we are delivering and developing this report through effectively the Integrated Performance Executive Delivery Group and onwards through the subcommittees of board as well as the health board. The report itself has a highlights page for 4 quadrants, 1 page that effectively captures people, quality, workforce, finance and performance. So effectively within those 4 areas, there is a highlight position of the key areas of concern and also key areas of delivery and support and action and success. The report then goes on to exception report base and then contains, subsequent to that, all of the reports. We have moved into statistical process control charts, so SPCCs. And apologies, members, we are trying to get those training sessions in for people to develop. So it effectively just reports performance on a spectrum, but it tracks historic levels of delivery. So are you outside a normal range of variation in performance? That's what an SPC chart does effectively, rather than just have a green or red. So if you're above the line, you're green, the next month you're below the line, you're red. What it does is says there's normal variation that will occur. And then once you set those normal variation parameters, if you go below or above that, that's when it flags to committee that there's an issue that needs to be addressed. And also what it looks at is 6 points of relevance. So is there a trend of improvement or a trend of deterioration? So it looks at trends of significance as well. So it's far more informative rather than a knee-jerk up and down. It effectively gives you those parameters and those ranges that say that's a safe range. Outside of it, committee members need to be aware of. But we will look to get those development sessions in the diaries so that board members, there's lots going in, unfortunately. I think the earlier discussion was that the demands on IAMS is quite significant at present. But I think as this report is developing and utilising, it is standard now across pretty much the whole of the United Kingdom, not just Wales, actually. So we will get that training session in. I think it is really important. And the only other part I want to just mention is I think there's a massive role here in terms of subcommittee development an escalation of those reports. So the escalated section through the relevant subcommittees and subcommittee chair, I think probably is an evolution of this report. And that possibly is a way that we can focus on the things that the committee feels are really important through that escalation phase, and we're aligned to the earlier conversations that we've had. So we're looking to develop it that way, but also bring in local metrics. So these are very much nationally driven metrics, and we want some metrics that are meaningful for us. So we had a really detailed conversation on integrated performance. We are going to develop those local metrics, and certainly when we commence in the new financial year, we'll be reporting those through subcommittee. And then it will be even more important for us and through subcommittees to make sure that escalation section of the report is very focused on the areas that subcommittees feel that assurance is further needed and further interrogation and health board oversight is required. So that's the kind of introduction to where we find ourselves. At this point, if I may hand over to Adele, and we'll just talk a little bit about performance.
Thanks, Russ. Yeah, so I'll take the report as read, and obviously there's a great deal of detail in there. At the top of the summary report, there's some escalated areas which the board are fully cited on, and there's detailed discussions which take place as part of the subcommittee structure in that regard. One thing to point out, we're obviously talking about access and performance here, so very much talking about percentages and numbers. Full recognition, these are individuals, these are people and families, and not underestimating the impact on those. The thing just linking to Carol and Russell's point on the discussion previously on finance, we've been in a similar position with access and performance and activity as we have on finance over the last 5 to 6 months, a journey in terms of increasing and improving focus, grip, and control, to try to improve things now in terms of delayed waits, bringing waiting lists down for our patients. That is not the sustainable way to do it. So we've been running that in parallel. It's a more expensive model, as we know. So we're fully sighted, and we have been working, and we continue to work in parallel, workforce planning, quality patient safety, performance, access, and finance. The answer is in system-wide change and sustainable services. So it's just a number. What you will see from the report is that we are making progress within the planned care space. We've made significant progress in terms of our extreme weights. We're at 187 over 208 weeks at the minute, and they are primarily, and will be at the end of March, any breaches will be in relation to orthodontics and max patients. We've got a plan in place to eradicate others. As we know, orthodontics and max in particular, we've got particular challenges working with Royal College, working with South Wales networks, Welsh Government, and other NHS providers across the border to try to find solutions for this, so that work continues. We've made significant improvement on our 156 weeks and our 104 weeks in planned care, and we continue to move in the right direction in that regard, which is really important. However, it should be noted for the board that in relation to 104 weeks, the target was to referral to treatment 97% of our patients by the end of December 2023. We actually hit, it was 95.5%. So we were 1.5% off reaching that target, but it has been acknowledged by Welsh Government colleagues that we are making progress in this space. Still lots to do. The particular areas of concern, we've discussed cancer previously. And I know the board prior to this, we were having discussions about an anticipated significant deterioration in cancer performance associated with dermatology. We worked together with our clinical colleagues, and Llais were involved in these discussions as well with us, in terms of our short-term immediate plan. And I'm pleased to say that elements of that are being delivered, and we continue to report the best cancer performance in Wales. That's not good enough. League tables we can all debate. We're running just under 60% at the minute. That is not good enough. But the deterioration that we thought we were going to experience, we have now managed to avoid. risks are still significant in dermatology, and as you know, we're working through medium and long-term plans. The three core issues for me in this space are ambulance handover delays, which we continue to move in the wrong direction in terms of ambulance handover delays. We had the Urgent Emergency Care Board on Monday this week, which I chair, and we've agreed as part of the 6 Goals programme for Wales that you'll be familiar with, recognising the answer for this sits in system-wide change. We agreed 4 priorities. And those priorities are same-day emergency care, which we have in our 3 district general hospitals, but really learning, sitting back, reviewing, and NHS executive colleagues are going to support us with a review in February, clinically led review of what we can do in terms of same-day emergency care. Our review of our urgent primary care offer at the minute, is that the right model? And again, sitting back, reflecting, if not, what is the alternative? I'm progressing that very quickly. Pathway of care delays. These are our patients who are medically fit, clinically optimised, don't need to be in our hospitals, and are there for a number of reasons, including assessment delays. So in there, you'll hear me referring to trusted assessor models. How can we get our assessments done in health and social care? Yeah. They're the 4 priorities, and what we've agreed as a board, the rest of the work doesn't stop, but we have to focus on these, everyone in partnership, get behind and deliver change in these areas. The other 2 things that the high risks are, and you would have picked this up, delayed follow-ups over 100% of the target date. We are moving in the wrong direction on these. To a certain extent, that is, I'll use the word inevitable, but it shouldn't be, because we have prioritised first out patients and the risk there. We need to measure the system and get the services right, that is not one or the other. So is that a knock-on effect? We have got a follow-up transformation programme. It is multifaceted, and we're looking at things like validation. We agreed previously that we would be validating 47,000 open pathways. We validated almost 35,000 of those. See on symptom. This is working in a lot of specialties where patients are discharged, but they know they can access, if required, and in a timely way, their follow-up. It's not just a routine, you must come back. And also, where else can we provide those follow-ups? It doesn't have to be in a hospital setting. So that's the focus there. And last, but by no means least, something that Nick, Angela and I are very much focusing on is the ophthalmology R1s. And these are the most clinically urgent referrals. And we are moving in the right direction in terms of 56.3% of our patients compared to 49% the previous year are being seen within their clinical target date or within 25%. But again, not good enough. Palm reviews, the clinical triage, and the system change required now, primary care services across North Wales. So they were the main risks, Chair, that I wanted to point out.
That's really useful, and a good summary of those areas of concern. There's some good work happening, progress being made, although it's not always rapid, of course. I understand that. Anything else for us?
So I'll bring George in if I can.
Thank you, Russ. So from a workforce perspective, I'm looking at the data on page 75. The data shows the in-month position, and I think, as Russ alluded to, we're sort of working on the development of the report, and would want to bring you the sort of rolling trends in the next version of the report. So just to give you some perspective on that, so performance appraisals, we are ranked 4th within the All Wales system, and to put that in context, that's a 3.6% improvement in the last 12 months of people undertaking performance appraisals. In terms of sickness absence, we're sort of in the middle, we're 6th, and we've achieved a 0.6% reduction in sickness in the last 12 months. And in terms of nursing and midwifery turnover, we're actually 3rd in Wales, and we've achieved a 2% reduction in turnover in the last 12 months, which is really, really good. I won't touch on agency because Russ has already done it, but I think you'll see from the diagram there's a steady reduction in agency usage. I think improvement wise, the sickness is where we need to improve, and I think that's already been picked up in the People and Culture Committee, so that'll be part of that agenda going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Diolch yn fawr, George. Very useful. Diolch yn fawr. Anything else, Russ?
And finally, just the quality, but by no means least, I believe Nick Egan.
I'll do it to preserve Angela's voice. I'm happy to take any questions, but perhaps just to highlight a few areas of particular focus. Firstly, will be around infection prevention. A huge amount of good work going on. Absolutely no room for complacency, particularly at this time of year, rightly an area for focus. And perhaps on a parallel, vaccinations, you'll see a few reds on the report in front of you. We're not alone in Wales or in the UK, but particularly around measles. That, of course, is a very real concern, and one that will continue to remain at the front of our minds with the MMR vaccination use. The coding sounds very dry, and why is it important? Because it tells us our business, it tells us what we're doing. That helps us understand the quality of our clinical audits and shows us where our quality areas are. And Dylan and colleagues are all working together to try to understand how we can improve that. And Dylan in particular, bringing our attention to that important area. But perhaps Chair also to highlight that more KPIs on the way that will give the board really appropriate visibility of where our key issues are, possibly taking some others out in order to ensure focus. But those KPIs including more primary care, so we really understand the whole of our integrated healthcare system, not as perhaps you could argue today is more on certain aspects, particularly within our secondary care environment.
Great. Next, Nick.
I'm open to questions. Any questions?
Great. Diolch yn iawn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
A very comprehensive report and lots of detail there, which give us a portrayal of our performance in the health board. So very grateful for that report.
Any questions or comments?
Any questions or comments?
There we go in this order.
In this order, Rhian, Mike,
and then
Gareth and Claire.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's good to see that there is improvement in so many areas of work. I suppose the only thing I want to say about that is referring to a discussion that was earlier this morning. Each figure, each graph, each something represents people.
Yeah.
And we must be mindful of how we're managing the hopes and expectations of those people behind all the data.
Yeah.
And it doesn't come out in this report. I'm not saying it's not being managed, and I'm glad. I think I couldn't quite pick out what Adele was saying, but you did say something about managing people, and it's down to the communication thing again, isn't it? But I just wanted to set that, in this context. And then the other thing I just wanted to say, and there's no answer now, but we're starting to talk about transformation, aren't we? I know over the years, when transformation is mooted, people want more money to do the new thing while they're still doing the old thing. And it's got to be that seesaw, isn't it? You've got to phase out something in order to bring something else in. And it's very difficult to manage it. And I noticed that somewhere in the narrative, IHCs are saying they can't release more savings, etc., without transformation. And I just wondered how transformation as an area was being dealt with and understood. I mean, I don't expect an answer now, but it's just obviously, but it's just something to that we will get to grips with over the next months and years.
Thank you very much, Rhian. Very good point. Mike next.
I don't know if it will impact on performance. I've had some concerns expressed about availability of medicines, and I tackled local chemists about it, and it is a reality. Is it affecting our hospital? That they're trying to mitigate by maybe handling the person with maybe alternatives, but they're not always available. What's the general position, please?
Yeah, mana brain dev.
Yes, there is. an international scarcity of, but I'll let other people to go into detail on that. Gareth, and then Claire.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it reasonably short. I mean, first of all, I want to welcome the continued efforts to improve the presentation. I think we're making progress, and I like the summary report, and I particularly like the emphasis on being open about our performance, because as I think we've acknowledged around this table, if we achieve one thing, it's got to be that the staff particularly feel confident about telling us where the problems are so that we can do something about them. So I think this is absolutely essential. It's also openness, obviously, to the public, who, after all, we're here to serve. So and I also welcome the fact that in some areas, obviously, there is this definite improvement. But when you look at the section on page 9 or the NHS performance dashboard, it does show, you know, that we're still adrift on some really important areas. And I'm glad Adele touched on the handover delays, because, and you know, it's easy to be influenced by the last thing you read, isn't it? But there's been a little bit of coverage recently about the fact that in Cardiff and Vale, they have reduced ambulance delays, for handover delays, very significantly. And there was I link this to a response that the minister gave in the Senedd, which showed that Cardiff and Vale is the only one of the health boards where presentations at emergency departments are lower than they were before COVID, whereas in others, including ours, they're significantly higher. And that was linked in the ministerial answer, possibly. This may well, because I'm not naive, maybe it's sort of lobbying, but that Cardiff is being experimented with this health pathways, which I think is exactly one of the diagnostic tools that you talked about in primary care. So it aids GPs, and I think to some extent gives them confidence when they don't need to send people to emergency care. And whether it is related or not, I would like us to have a serious look at that. I raised this, and I'm not being, but a bit of a sort of brush off. I don't think it's anything to do with that. Well, it may well not be, but given the situation we're in, and in addition to all the things which are downside, because I don't think the answer to say it's all the fault of primary care, it's obviously not. But we should look at that, if that might be something that has worked in Cardiff and Vale. Because it is all a system, isn't it? As we said, it's a systemic thing. So that's my little plea on that one, and I'm not receiving any payment from the company who are obviously operating globally, but also I think elsewhere in the UK. I was glad Nick picked up about primary care, because I'm concerned that we don't have any particularly meaningful indicators that help us on that. And then just a final sort of rather nerdy point. I know I look at Carol here, because she likes nerdy points. That I really think it's important when we have the comparative data with Wales, but I'm worried that it's not always what it seems. So, I mean, Carol and I have had a discussion, and I know you have a concern about where there are numbers because of the scale of Betsy, but that's not the issue. It's actually that when what you're looking at, the desirable is being highest, then that's one thing. So cancer rates, we're first. And when you look at the figures, we obviously are first, but some of the others, because it's inverted, you know what I'm saying, but it's quite important. So take where we're saying we're doing well on agency spend, which I believe we are. If you look at the performance, the performance data late, we're ranked 10 out of 12 in Wales, but that's because we're 10 out of 12 in the percentage of our spend that's on agency, i.e. we're the third best, not the 10th worst. So we just need to make sure that we explain that in a coherent way to ourselves as well as to the public. So that's my last point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gareth. And then Claire, I think, is next.
What some of the plans in place are for some of the really critical things, but the one you didn't cover was around neurodevelopment. And so I guess I was really concerned to read in the performance report that kind of target around 80% following assessment should wait less than 26 weeks. We're only at 26%. So is there a plan around that, and what are we doing? And then I think the other thing was just to say that the style of presentation is really helping now. So the 4 quadrants I like, and maybe linking it back to conversation on risk, we could be doing a deep dive in a quadrant. So obviously committees need to then look at all of the areas that are relevant for their accountabilities, but at board level we could be doing a deep dive, one at each meeting. And then I had quite a few things to say around complaints and learning overdue investigation, but actually they're in the quality report as well, aren't they? The next one as well. So the neurodevelopment will be useful.
Great,
Thank you very much. So the rest book, Jane.
Partly because I've got the most up-to-date figures around flu vaccination. We continue to improve. We're the second best in Wales in terms of the over 65 vaccination against flu, and the third for the under 65s. But no room for complacency. And some of you may know that in the northwest there's really significant increases around flu. In fact, I believe the Countess of Chester has stopped all visitors as of today because of that. So again, a plea about actually making sure that everybody you are getting them to that message about getting vaccinated if they're at risk or over 65. The second is the measles. Again, we are monitoring this really closely. Really good news that our local health protection team, the funding's being agreed that it will become recurrent from next year, and they have been working up the plans for if we did have an outbreak, and we're working with Public Health Wales. But it's a really significant risk. The West Midlands, what we are seeing is nearly a third of children who get measles are being admitted to hospital. So again, a real plea as a message as a health board about that real importance of children getting vaccinated.
Yeah, and some of the work around that, one of the challenges is, this is the problem with percentages when I think somebody made the point earlier, well, 80%, okay, but the people, the more significant are in the 20%. So it's something that we need to consider. And the link, by the way, everything about the way NHS in Wales is measured drives us towards league tables, drives us towards who's the first in Wales and so on. Well, let's decide what our ambition is with some of these things and measure ourselves. What should we measure ourselves against? Is it an all Wales? Is it an international? It doesn't have to be tied down for us to say, okay, we're aiming to be the best in Wales. Of course we should, but actually, are there international comparisons that will help drive performance, not just being all right, we're 10th or first or whatever on an all-Wales basis. So some speaks to that. Right, I'll bring Russ and Adele and Carol back between the three of you to respond. We're running really late, so if I can just ask you to be as succinct as possible, so there's some important points raised. We can decide between the three who's going to say that.
Let's go first because I'll keep it tight. And Gareth called me a nerd, so
that's a term of phrase.
He knows I like the data. So and I completely agree. And I'm going to write to a Welsh Government official to ask for real consideration of the reports. Because we often have in the benchmark information, it's judged on number. And we're always going to be high because we're the biggest health board. So it would save me from doing my calculations as to what proportion that would be. When I did go through all of the measures that are in Welsh Government, there are a number we are meeting. So I think we should recognise that, and there are a number that we're improving. But we've got some very tricky ones, very deep-rooted. If I could just mention neurodevelopment, because I raised this on a number of occasions with Welsh Government colleagues. This requires a national solution as well as local solutions. There is no health board getting anywhere near the standard here as one health board that sort of stands out, but they are only achieving 54% rather than 80%. And I know that health boards put a lot of effort into that. So there are some big system issues that relate to social services and education and how we really tackle these things. So there's that. Gareth, we will look at the health pathways, referrals, Cardiff and Vale. There are some very differing opinions as to whether you can draw a direct line between those two. So the population is different. But certainly we have to have a look at what are the options other than referral into a hospital. And I think we're really quite secondary care focus is my view, but we've got so much potential in primary and community care. So there's that one, and then just the last one from me relates to really how we can think about we are moving our maturity, making data count. I think I mentioned it to people the other day, using data, trying to present it, getting underneath what it really means so that we can focus on the big tricky issues. So I'll leave that.
Russian Adele.
Carol's covered the 2 points. And I went just one thing on Cardiff and Bay. We've had 2 sessions now, a wider session where they were voting and an executive team. So that's been going on for about 4 months. So we are looking at Cardiff, but the baselines are very different.
Yes, yeah.
Where we started.
Appreciate that.
That's it.
The important thing is that we're alert to what's happening elsewhere, and that's really helpful. The connections you've got, really good, and we're going to hopefully continue those connections when you go back to a previous role as well. So really grateful for that. Russ, anything to add?
So I'll only add by saying we'll look to the metrics so it's very clear if it's a positive or not. They are the reported Welsh Government or Wales metrics. So we'll still have them standard, but we might have them agreeing to, maybe pull a code of just so this is a positive thing or not. So we're very clear. In terms of the medicines and availability, we'll take that outside with myself and Nick, and we'll just get back and make sure members are aware. I'm not aware of any medicines availability, but we will get back to you on that particular issue. And I don't know whether you want to mention anything about the neuro development.
Carol,
oh, did you?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's right.
Well done. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Therefore, thank you for all the work did by everyone. Very encouraging, although there are some challenges, of course. Is everyone happy to accept that report? Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next item. As I said, we are running a bit late, and apologies for that. It's 3.3 report, a quality report. Nick, you're taking this.
Thank you, Chair. And I will just, if I may, focus on 2 or 3 areas of particular importance. One to flag as a topic for much future discussion, I suspect, is the quality management system. Really high on our priority. A very useful discussion I felt yesterday for the exec team was improvement summary. And a QMS, a quality managed system, is around having a consistent approach to quality. Discussions needed around what quality is, because it's probably not traditional quality as we perhaps describe it sometimes in this board, but more far-reaching into quality, into every area that we work. Looking for consistency, looking for our real assurance around the effectiveness of what we're doing, looking for our learning, and that being done in a systematic way right at the heart of our business. Very easy to put in a paper, extremely hard to do in practice, and learning from the best, both within Wales and across the UK, and perhaps further afield as well, to understand who's done it at a scale that we would need to do to make it meaningful within this health board. And I think it's something we're discussing in a board workshop in February, and again with the senior leadership team next week, I think. So much more on that, but it really is important, not just because it's a requirement for us under our duty of quality, but something we want to do and we need to be doing. A glimpse in the report at the changes to the quality dashboard, and the clue is in the title. We've just looked at the integrated report and more of the quality going into that integrated report again. So we're seeing that whole picture of how our business fits together. A particular area of focus for us is both the timeliness, but also the quality of our investigations, both in response to incidents, but also, Claire, as you're about to highlight, in response to complaints. And we need to, and the quality management system, I think, will actually help us with this, have that consistent response, consistent standards. It's also, I think, going to be informed by the work we've already touched on in this board around the review of the outstanding coroner investigations, whereas we look at historic investigations that have sometimes been done less well on a live basis. We can feed that understanding through to our current investigations. There are some particular challenges around the complaints where we've had a recent flood of. It's good to have received them because we understand what's happening, but there has been a particular issue around one of our services that's led to that. But we do need to be able to respond to that in a more timely fashion. I would like to highlight actually the work, the HIW inspection of Morva in Llandudno. Isn't it wonderful when you read that our staff are, it's been a thread through the patient story and other things, really listening to patients, talking to patients, compassion is there. It's not just the transaction of healthcare, it's the care of healthcare. And wonderful to see through an area that has had its difficulties in the past, that really being commended for the work that they're now doing. And perhaps I'll finish with the patient experience, because again, that is really not just collecting. I'm not suggesting that we do just collect it, but much more work needed as we begin to collect that more consistently and more widely across the health board, feeding that into our response, the prioritisation and planning of our services, a part of our quality management system. Because I think in the NHS, we're not alone, and at times the patient experience sits alongside the quality work, and we really need to integrate it and bring it all together. So very brief summary, Chair. Happy to take any questions, as I'm sure will be Angela, as much as she is able. And Gareth.
Great,
thank you very much.
Our session as board development next month, the end of the month, next month, will be an opportunity to give more focus to this work as well. Question
Any questions or comments? No one?
This is your one for the question.
I might not ask what you think I'm going to. I suppose that I feel overall we are seeing some green shoots in terms of, I guess, a real focus on wanting to learn from incidents faster and get that embedded more broadly. But we still obviously have some real challenges around our timeliness of responding to things and really embedding them in. It's good to see some of the deep dive work on complaints and an honesty around some of the challenges of the quality of some of the responses to things, which is what's resulting in delays. And we've got to get the quality right first time, but again, I would still prefer us to get the quality right and send out an incomplete response or a wrong response to somebody. But there's a couple of things reading through the report that kind of I thought, oh, I've never heard of that before as an issue, never heard of that, which so medical gas is massive obstetric hemorrhage review, which I did have to Google. I got the obstetric, it was a massive, I wondered. But anyway, what I feel we're unsighted on as a board is what's coming over the hill around quality. So the report very much talks to how well we're doing on responding to things that have happened in the past. But I was in Mike's shoes between January 22 and July 22, and I didn't know that at that time we were having some challenges around the numbers of massive obstetric hemorrhage reviews in hospital and fluid. And I think we need to be cited on those things. So if there are things going on now in our services, we ought to know about them and know what's happening on the ground right now to address some of those things. So I can see some progress, but that worries me about, well, because we're kind of looking so far into the back most of the time and into the past. So I guess how are we going to get to a place where?
Definitely, Claire. I'll bring Angela in a minute, but I'll wait in case anybody else into
any questions or further questions? No.
So, Angela, over to you if you're able to, please.
So thanks for the reflection for that, and I completely agree with you. I think moving from this report point of view, we're evolving.
Yeah.
So what the quality data we picked up as part of the integrated report, we'll have our dashboard in the background, which needs a committee. But they'll be able to utilise that. I think we haven't necessarily in the past brought those issues to the attention. That's why we wanted to include them in this report and going forward. The massive obstetric Hemorrhage was because we'd had a number of cases that we wanted to do the review on and make sure it's very needs. There was another issue that I asked a couple of months ago for a review to be done because I had some intelligence from external stakeholders. We've taken that review around neonatal care and there isn't anything there. That's going to the quality committee as part of the report. It's gone on through QDG. It will come through to the board as part of quality. And what we're trying to say in the future is this is about our quality. This is the narrative. This is what we're doing. This is what we found. This is what we were bringing. And the actual how many complaints are overdue, this and this is data. And it's about the background really. So the report's evolving because it's getting the teams on board to understand the shift in what we want to report, how we want to deliver. The quality of the investigations has improved since I was here. The timeliness has improved. We've reduced the backlog significantly, apart from the trouble we've had with public services. It's a review of how we're managing complaints, how we're managing investigations is part of our critical governance review at the moment. So we'll see a change in that. And I know it's only a small step change, but to get from 19% within the 30 days to this time 42%, 39% is a massive difference compared to so I think we're just on a journey, but I would really welcome, sort of conversations with colleagues around how we can make this alive, this quality.
And there'll be a great opportunity at the end of the month, as you say, in the board development session, and we really hope that your voice is fully recorded. Yes, no, definitely we wish for that. No. So Carol, a comment before we close this item, please.
So I think the development design of our quality management system for the organisation and possibly straight beyond that, working with others, is absolutely critical. Because Clay, I want to know, we need to know, where are our problems? Where are they? Not we find their problems out after, something terrible's happened. But number one, where are our problems? Number two, do we know what good looks like? Number three, we've got the capability to get there.
Yeah.
That's what QMS will help us to understand so that we're ahead of it. And some of the problems are not at the sort of individual level, they are the system design issue. So if we think one of our quality problems is actually we have too many people who end up stuck in hospital for way too long and their outcomes and their experience are affected by that. Yeah. So how do we plan our services with quality in mind? And that's what we've not been doing particularly well in the NHS, I would say, but here we are, it's quite reactive. So I think, great conversations yesterday. There's going to be great conversations next month. I'm sure we'll aim on getting that framework and system in place.
Thank you
very much. So we'll bring that item to an end, and thank you to you all, and we look forward to seeing more work in the area as we already noted, and will take place next month. Is everybody happy to accept the report, please? And so we'll move on now to item 3.5 and then 3.6. Helen, an update on engagement and then the partnerships report. Welcome to you. Thank you very much, Chair.
I thought what might be more helpful is to draw attention to the work that's going on now to take speed around engagement. And I think you can see that over the last 6 months there's been quite extensive touch points with patients, families and carers and stakeholders as well. And we, over the last, it must be 8 or 9 months, we've been working with Kath Broderick, who's an independent advisor to the board. And she's been doing a very deep dive into engagement across the organisation. And there is a report that the board will be very interested in. I think we are trying to find a date so that you can look at that in detail.
That report points us towards some of the gaps in what we're doing already, as well as some of the areas where we are working quite well. And the work now is very much focused on how we can work together across the different teams and services and parts of our organisation that have touch points with patients, carers and families to look at how we can have an organisational approach to doing that, so that we start to embed it in a very methodic way across our services, so that we are, all the listening that we do, all the insight that we gather is pulled together in one pot and then enables us to move forward in improving our services. So that work is underway, and we start at the beginning of next month with some key people to start to develop that. The second area that I wanted to highlight is around the work of the team that I look after, partnerships, engagements and communications. We are very much focused on shifting our energies and efforts into engaging. So we do communications very well. Where we need to expand and get much better is around engagement. So our digital engagement team are taking much more of a lead around planning, thinking about how we work with the channels that we've got, channels that we are trying to develop. So I'll give you an example just to put some colour into it. We are gathering people's email addresses so that we can bespoke tailor information that drops straight into their inboxes rather than relying on, for example, the mainstream media. And we are getting ahead of where we know there is a news item coming up, talking with our stakeholders in advance of that news item so that we can shape the narrative and that we have more control over how Betsy Cadwallader is portrayed, because there is a lot of good to be told. It gets lost in the melee of the headlines often. So there's work going on in that area, and there's work going on, as you'll see, in connecting our senior leaders with communities. And also got the community conversations coming up. We have a couple in the next couple of weeks, and I know some of you will be joining us at those. So our efforts are very much around front foot on engagement and doing a lot more of the work that you see in this paper. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Noted here that there's been engagement on developing the breast cancer pathway redesign and the gynecological cancer pathway. An engagement event was held with a new name staff. I just wondered, were citizens using that service involved in that pathway redesign?
Yes, I believe so. Some of this is slightly outside of my realm of touch, so I do rely on the reports that come in. But yes, cancer is definitely one of the areas where we know that happens. That's the whole point of the absolute work, is that we have to do that everywhere.
Yeah. Tria?
Yeah, just very quick. Interesting, you've identified all different sorts of engagement, and it's something that it's come up in QSD really, you know, from various feedbacks. The question is, so what has changed in the light of receiving that feedback? And I think that's the additional layer that possibly needs to come in due course.
Any further comments? I think that engagement is so important, of course, for us as a board. The bad and the good. I think we need to be willing to hear everything. And I think what needs to be addressed, I think it's true in terms of engagement, not just across the board, but the public sector in more general, is how do you get people to engage and to do something sometimes which is different to making a complaint, because sometimes people are going to engage because they have something important they want to make a complaint about, and sometimes need to turn that on its head so we can have people coming in with ideas and with ways of how we can do things better rather than it being a specific complaint. That's a good point, isn't it? We need to be in a situation where people can contribute to helping us shape our services, and that people have a contribution to that.
Thank you very much. Please, board meetings. meetings are a great opportunity to showcase things that are happening. But please contact me all the time with your thoughts and ideas as we shape the way forward. That'd be really helpful. Yes.
Thank you very much. Is everybody happy to accept that report? Thank you very much for all the work. And of course, you know about the events being held beginning of next week, I think, January in Denbighshire this month, and then a series of meetings across all areas. So we look forward to that. Thank you very much for the report, and thank you to you all for the work involved. And the partnerships report now, Helen, any more to say on that?
As you will see, it is a summary of conversations that have been happening between colleagues in Betsy Cadwallader and in our partnership forums. Those notably being the Regional Partnership Board and the Public Services Board. Key items that I think have been discussed in the last couple of months include dementia, autism, and some of the strategic capital planning and areas of that note. I do know, and Carol may wish to say more, that there is a plan to review the partnership space and to look at how we can make improvements in that area.
Thank you. Rhian, any questions?
Thinking about different partnerships, but I just wondered where our work with local authorities regarding delayed transfers of care fits in. It's a different forum, presumably, is it?
It's the regional partnership boards generally,
So
isn't it?
The RPBs,
You know, and
so that's not covered in here.
groups underneath the RPBs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from anyone else? Just a comment. Claire's point, it shows there's collaboration going on with the neuro side and university and local, and that's because of the partnership taking place at that level and is active and makes a difference for North Wales, in my opinion. Thank you very much. So is everybody happy to accept that report? Thank you. And thank you once again for the work. And yes, there's a review regarding partnerships and regarding our contact, who's attending the meetings and who's reporting back and what are the outcomes of the work. We'll be looking at that and hopefully we'll bring those details to the board in due course. So we go on to 3.7, report on joint committees. And Carol, on this, please.
A brief report this time, and I must apologise. I think an errant old underpinning report has been circulated, or certainly I've got it from July. We'll circulate the more up to date papers that were available. So you might have had a bit of deja vu. I've read this before. You have. I just want to draw one thing out that isn't in the report, and that's that the change in WISC and EASC, so Welsh Health Specialised Services Committee and Emergency Ambulance Services Committee, is progressing, and from the 1st of April will become one single joint committee. So just thought I would flag that and to say that progress is being made. I've been involved in a couple of meetings on that, and I think it'll be very important for us to be clear about our role and our connection to that function that works on our behalf. Some very interesting things for us to look at, particularly in terms of some tertiary services that we both provide and also secure for our population. I wasn't going to say anything else.
Great. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions? If not, everybody happy to accept the report? Thank you. So we move on now to the next item, number of reports for information. And what we're going to do in this section is to include all the reports. Everyone has got a copy to read at your leisure. And then if you wish to raise any questions, then of course there's an opportunity for you to ask. But otherwise, we shall accept those reports and we'll release them for information, and there are quite a few of them. One or two missing, such as the performance financial report that was last year, sorry, the last board meeting, and of course the charity committee will report next time. So there are a collection of reports there. So if anyone would like to ask a question, here's your opportunity. This is how we're going to deal with the reports, hopefully, for the future.
At the end of the audit committee paper, it suggests we're going to have an extraordinary audit committee, which isn't the case. We're going to have a discussion between audit committees. So just to clarify, there is no extraordinary.
Not a committee. Okay, diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mike and then Rhian.
Just with the SRG, we've got a workshop next week, but one of the worrying things has been the attendance, particularly the county councils. The chair and myself have jointly written to the county councils about our concerns. So it'll be interesting to see what attendance we get next week. I'll also remind the board that I think one of the weaknesses historically has been that the SRG's work has been reflective on stuff that has happened. So I think we've agreed that certainly we need to get involved earlier so that we can contribute. I'm sure we all agree we need all the help we can get. So I think our partners, some of them are quite valuable, be able to give us some insight into how maybe we can deliver things better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr, Mike.
Thank you, Mike, for that very important point. And there will be an opportunity to have an influence, hopefully, on plans as we move forward with the annual plan and 3-year plan and so forth with the groups that you chair. So we look forward to that. Rhian.
Michael, there should have been another couple of things that I wanted to stress. They're not on the items to be escalated to the board. It was just, we really want to get a push on ensuring quality indicators for primary and community care. I want the board to be really aware of that. Also, how to involve IHCs more in the quality agenda, or to see how that web works. And then the third thing really was, the diabetes pathway is very definitely on our radar. So I just wanted to re-emphasize that.
Okay. Thank you,
Rhian. Anyone else? No? If not, then we accept those reports. And thank you to everyone for all the work involved in all those different areas. The next item is 4.2 on the agenda. It's a summary of private board business and is here for us as a board to accept unless there are any questions. If not, we're happy to receive that report. Thank you. The next item number 5. So we have reached the end of our meeting, and one of the items we are very eager to discuss is how we can improve the next meeting, how we can continue with the progress we are making, and how can we work more effectively. This meeting has lasted about an hour extra, so the chair hasn't done a very good job in that respect. But I think one or two things that are worth noting. The item regarding the patient story and the citizens' experience, I think that stimulated a lot of discussion, and that was an important discussion. And we need to be flexible sometimes and provide time in order for us to obtain value out of this. But we need to look at the agenda. We have tried to include that for information, those reports, in order to create time where we've we've had discussions, but I think there's room for improvement again. Any comments or anything anyone would like to propose regarding how we can continue to improve?
It's interesting as your report, vice chairs and the chief execs are. Actually, they're really information items. They're really there to let us know what you've been up to. And I just wonder whether we could order those further down the agenda, because I didn't check my watch at the start and end, but I'm sure we spent more than 20 minutes on those 3 items, probably half an hour. I think that the patient story, yes, we took a long time, but I think it was important. And I thought the item where we had the lights, you know, talking about resident people feedback, that was an important part of the agenda. So just maybe thinking about reordering those items. And I guess in addition to that, the items on, we haven't really had them before, the book partnerships, joint committees. I thought with some of those things, they get reported in public anyway. We can find the information if we want it. And some of it, I felt with some of them, I sort of felt a bit so what, because it told me what was on the agenda, but there was less information about what that might mean for me and Betsy. So again, I just think good that we know all of that and we understand the partnerships we've got and who we're working with, but perhaps have a little think about how we might make best use of our time here around those. And then just a final point, which was, I did say it in the meeting, but I think we just need to perhaps have a fresh look again sometimes at what we're asking the board to do with things. So I think if we need to be being assured about something, then the recommendation should say that, not for us to note it. So just having a little think about some of the recommendations will be useful.
Okay,
Jill,
great. All that was very helpful.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Well, I just think I think it's been a good meeting. I think, you know, been lots of valuable contributions. I do want to come back to this idea, and you know, obviously we've got to make sure that we're fulfilling our statutory duties. But I wonder whether we can't have more for noting the performance, the quality, and the risk elements, and do this thing about looking at one particular area across all those domains. So the information still needs to come to us, but rather than having as separate items where we try and deal with everything and deal with it, not badly, but you know, sort of like, but we have one bit where we actually try to get our heads around. I know you can say this is for board development, I don't think it is really. It's about in public discussing. So actually, what are the roots of why this isn't working? And so that I just think we should have a look at that.
And I think that coupled with the discussion about what is the board's ask of committees, and what a committee is going to tell us then in terms of assurance, in terms of where the big issues are and where the challenges and opportunities are and so forth. I think we need a discussion about that as well, so that the board can be absolutely clear of its role. Okay, anybody else who
anyone else with anything to say or to contribute to help us improve? I just think that my experience is joining the board today, in particular when Jeff became a part of the meeting, I think that was so important, and I think that shows, hopefully, to people listening and people watching, how serious we are about addressing the patients and the user as a focus of everything we do. Thank you for that comment, and hopefully that item has been a sign of how things have worked well.
I'm quite interested in our relationship with the Regional Partnership Board, because I see that we have barriers and issues that very much links to that board in relation to how we work with other partners, particularly the local authority. It impacts with us with discharge, but it also impacts with us with safeguarding. No, I know a lack of an agreed approach to safeguarding across the local authorities has been an added burden, just for an example. So I think I'd be interested to see a little bit more detail on that particular, about, you know, in our key areas, our key risk areas, what's happening at the Regional Partner Board, or is there any way we could develop that relationship? Just, you know, just a thought.
Good point, and we'll see maybe one of the committees can pick some of that for the detail, the PPH committee, but also maybe when we're going to partners, we can highlight a little bit about some of the successes and advantages of the regional partnership. Good point, well made. Anyone else?
Anyone else would like to say anything? Can we also invite the public, if you feel that there anything you would like us to consider to do something different with the public part of the meeting, then you're welcome to contact me as chair, be able to consider your points. So we welcome any comments or suggestions. Thank you very much. So 5.2, sorry, 5.1, any other business? No business has been drawn to our attention. 5.3, date of next meeting, which is at the end of March, 28th of March, in the same location again. New Cymru and live stream. So we now bring the meeting to an end. It's been a long meeting, and I hope and I believe that it has been a constructive meeting, and one in which I believe there's been a new focus on our role as providers of services for the public. And that is something which I have an ambition to ensure that it's the best and of the appropriate quality and standard for everyone. So that's a clear message, I think, which comes out of this meeting. Can I thank everyone for their contributions? It's been extremely valuable. A lot of work has been done to make sure that this meeting could be held. Thank you to Phil and Diane and for Laura and the team for ensuring that. And thank you also to Lori for the translation. And thank you to the technical team. And from the bottom of my heart, because there were problems, but you managed to solve them. And that's a mirror, I think, of the whole health board. We've stayed quite cool, and you solved the problem. So we'll learn from that. And thank you for your service today. So that's the end of the meeting. And following this is a meeting of the trustees, the annual meeting. It's 10 to 2, and we're about an hour late, at least half an hour. But we could possibly have a 10-minute break. It's not lunchtime yet, I'm afraid. We'll have lunch later on, because people have been waiting to give some presentations to us in this next meeting. And of course, we still have the translator. So Helen, question.
I know that the people who've come to the cardiology presentation as part of the trustees AGM have a bus outside that board members may wish to have a look at. So I don't know if that gives a bit more time. Possibly
lunchtime or after this meeting, because I know we've got.
Recording stop.